Yeah, so welcome to part three of the series. Yes, this is the final series. You understand? So in this series, we're going to complete the building of our e-commerce application with Next.js and Django. So before you start part three, make sure you've seen parts one and part two. Those are prerequisites to part three. So make sure you've checked out part one and part two before you proceed with part three. So you're going to understand what we are doing. Understand? So let's proceed. Let's get to work right away. Okay, guys. So right now we're going to work on adding product to your wish list. Understand? So you're going to work on that right now. So one thing is this now. Before you can update your wish list, you must be logged in. Understand? So right now, I'm going to make sure that if you're not logged in, this button is going to be disabled. If you're not logged in, and when you overround it, you're going to see a tooltip that tells you to log in before you can add products to your wish list. Hope you understand. So as for that tooltip, let's go get it. We're going to get it from Shadcn. So head over to Shad. So Shadcn, Shadcn UI. So back here now, so we have the Shadcn is coming up. So here is what we want to do now. So back to the that should be on the product components, the product info. Yeah, you looking for the that should be on the product detail page, product info. Yeah. So I'll bring this down now. So if you're not logged in, we are going to show a different. We are going to replace this. We are going to show a different component here. If you're not logged in, understand? So how do we know when the user is logged in or not? So let's see if we can find any clue on this on the product info. Currently, we cannot find. Currently, we can't know. So you have to go over to the to the products detail page. That can be found in the app component. Go down to products, then the slug, then the page.txx. Yep. So right now, let's see if okay now. So we have this email. We have this called. Let's look for something else. So now we have this. We have this variable called logged in user email. So we can use this to know if the user is logged in or not. If this value is null or undefined, that means the user is not logged in. So you're going to pass this as a prop now into the product info component. It's going to pass as a prop, right? It's going to be very fast now. So we have to receive the prop into the instead of let's receive the prop now. Open the product info component. So right now I'll pass. I'm going to pass that there. So and this is going to be of type string. To be of type string, null and undefined, null and undefined, right? So yeah, because when you're logged out, you're gonna be that null or undefined. You get so yep. So over here now, we're gonna say if logged in user email, if logged in user email. So come over here now. Sorry, it's called logged in user email. Um, suggested for me. If this value is true, if it has a value, you're going to show the button. You're going to show this. We're going to show this component called button. Else, if it's not true, we're going to show a different component. I'll just call it wish list tooltip. Wish list tooltip. So now let's go create the component. It's called wish list tooltip. Go over to your components folder. That should be inside of UI component. Let's create it here. I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called wishlist tooltip.txx. So right now we have to use the REFCE. Come on. Yep. So now back to Shadcn. So now let's import this component now. We already have it. Click on it. Control and period. Add the import. Yep. So now back to Shad now. So we're gonna click on the first link. So let's look up tooltip. Click on components. Come on, components. So look up tooltip. Tooltip, where are you? Here it is, last one. Okay. So we have to import it. So when you overround it now, I need something like this. Now when you overround it, you see it tells you what to do, because if you're not logged in, the button for adding to a wish list is going to be disabled. You understand? So when you overrun the button, you're going to see, you're going to get some information about what to do. You get. So right now I have to install this command to the browser. Let's open a new terminal. Did my terminal go away? Okay, it was always there. So let's open a new command prompt. So install tooltip. Right, so now we're going to get the code now. I'll copy this back to the wish list tooltip now. I'll pass it here, paste the code we copied here, and then we have to copy this import. Now paste it above, which is going to be here. So let's see, our tooltip is still getting installed. It's not meant to take much time. Okay. So now, what's the next phase? What's the next thing to do now? So this over, now we're going to replace this over. Replace it now. We are going to use the same button we have here. We copy this button. Right, so copy this button. Just copy it, and then we paste it here. So we're going to call this. We're going to give as child to this as child. I hope you guys remember what as child does. Let's say as child. So nice import button, click on control and period to import button. So control and period to install the button, add import from button. So we are going to also get, right now I want to pass, let's open the button component first. Let's open it. So we have this disabled, yeah, this disabled value, yeah. So right now we're going to receive a prop called disabled, right? And I'll pass this prop. It's going to be a boolean value, disabled, right? It's optional, and then it's going to be a boolean value. Right? Okay, yeah, that's it. You have to make it optional. No, just remove that. And then this disabled, now we're going to pass it over here to the button. Yeah, so now if you check the button, and the button expects a disabled prop, you understand? So it expects it. So also now let's pass this disabled now to this wish list tooltip. Go back to the product, go back to the product info. How do we do that? How do we pass it now? So far, I'm going to come over here now and say disabled should be equal to. So we're going to say, for example, now we're going to check now if this value, right now I want to convert this value to a boolean. If it is if it has a string, if it has an email, that means this is going to be a string. If it has an email, if the user is logged in, this is going to be an actual email. If the user is logged out, it's going to be either null or undefined. So once convert the values to a boolean. So if it is a string, if you convert a string to a boolean, it's going to give you false. It's going to give you true, right? If you convert null or undefined to a boolean, it's going to give you false. So yeah, now we're going to come over here and say boolean. So boolean logged in user email, right? So right now this is meant to give you, if the user is logged in, this should be a true value, right? If the user is logged in. When the user is logged out, it's going to give you false, right? So our aim now is this. Now if the user is logged out, we want to have this value to be true. If the user is logged out, we want to have this value, we want to have this value to be true. You understand? But when the user is logged out, the value is going to be false. So what do? You just add the negate operator in front. So right now, if the user is logged out now, if the user is logged out, it's going to give us false by default. Understand? But with this negate operator, this negate is going to help us negate the false and makes it true, and that makes disabled true. it makes disabled true, right? And remember we received this prop here, disabled. It's gonna be true. Is the value is gonna be true, right? And we pass the prop down here to the button component, right? We pass the prop to the button component, right? And disabled is gonna the value is true, right? And we received it in the button component, right? Disabled. And then on over here, we now pass the actual value to the button. You understand? So once the button is disabled, it's gonna have it's gonna have this, it's gonna have the true value, and that makes the button not to be clickable, right? So that's how it works. And one more thing, I think I have to update the class name. If it is disabled, I want the opacity to be 50 opacity of 50. And also, if it is disabled, I don't want the click event. It's gonna say cursor not allowed. Cursor not allowed. So just that's that. So one more thing, we're gonna add the text. You're gonna say login to add. Sorry, let me just say login to add products to wish list. So now we've got this now. So you're gonna come over here. So now back to the product info. If logged in, if right now, if this is true, if we have an actual logged in user, we're gonna have the button that says add to wish list. Else, we're gonna have this wish list tooltip, this component, right? So the browser, let's say we have now the browser. Right now, over around it. Now this is a tooltip. This, if over around it now, it says it's meant to show us something, but it's not. Okay, guys, there's something I noticed now. So we are meant to see a tooltip when you over around this button. But I made a mistake somewhere. I was not meant to pass it disabled here. This was the problem. I was not meant to pass it here. I'm gonna just simply pass the logged in user as a prop. Instead of, I'll just simply do this logged in. Let's pass this instead. Let's pass the email as a prop, and then we're gonna receive this into the wish list tooltip over here. Paste this here, and then replace this. It's gonna be called string. It's gonna be that a string, null or undefined. So what I did previously made it not to be, not made the tooltip not to display because I disabled it, right? So now over here, so this disabled right away. We are going to say disable should be equal to. They're going to put in the negate sign. Going to say boolean. Then we're passing the logged in user email. So this is going to work. This should work now. So previously I disabled the tooltip without me knowing by doing instance. So I think this should work perfectly. So it says. So let's say it's currently trying to refresh. Over rounded. I don't know what is wrong. I meant to see a tooltip above this button, but okay. So I don't know. I meant to see a tooltip, but I think I found it. I think I found a solution back here. I think we have to remove this prop, this as child prop. Let's remove it as child. Let's hope it works. We can see it throws some issues here. If you come over here, you can see you have the tooltip now. It says login to add product to wish list, right? We can see right now it threw up this. We have some issues. That's because you cannot render a button inside the button. I don't know if I'm going to just skip this, or if you come back here, the tooltip disappears. So you might just have to add. Let's see if you can add this class name to the trigger. Let's see if you can add a class name. Let's see if it's gonna work. And disabled. Let's see if we can do this. And then we just come over here and add to wish list. Let's see if this will work. Okay, this is like, let's see if this is gonna work now. So don't forget to remove the let's remove this what was it called, this as child. It was causing problems. Remove it. So back here, over around that. Okay, it works. It works now. So we are going to remove the button. So we don't need the button anymore, and it does not show. The error is gone, right? The error is gone. So let's remove the button. Just simply remove this, and think we are good to go like this. So right now, let's go work on the server action that's going to help us add product to our wish list. Okay, so right now it's time for us to work on the action, the server action, and here's the endpoints to add. Here's the endpoints over here. Let's get it the way. It's called, yeah, add to wish list instance. So here's how it works. So if you click on the button, it adds the product to the wish list. If you click again, it's going to check if the product is already in the wish list. It's going to check if the product is already in the wish list. If it is in the wish list, it's going to remove it. You understand? So just like it is like a like button. If you like a video, if you like a post, you understand? The first time you like it, the post get liked. If you click on the button again, the post gets disliked. Hope you understand. So that's how the wish list button is. It's like a like button. When you click on it the first time, it gets liked. When you click on it again, it gets disliked. Understand? The same that so right now our wish list now, when you click on it the first time, the product get added to your wish list. If you click on the button again, the product gets removed from the wish list. And here's the endpoint. And it requires us to pass the email. It requires the email and the product ID, right? So right now, let's go work on the server action. So we're gonna go over to our action.txt file, actions.txt. So just here, I'm gonna add a new. Let me reduce. I think I love mine. Okay, let's go on. I'm gonna say export async function add to wish list action. So we're gonna have our form data. It's gonna be of type form data. So right there, we're gonna say const email should be equal to form data.get email, and I'm gonna say const product underscore ID should be equal to form data dot get product underscore ID. So now then we're gonna make our post request. We're gonna use a try catch. I'm gonna say const response should be equal to await API dot post. So let's get the endpoints from the README file. Add to wish list. One more thing again, we also have to get the object you're going to pass. We're going to create it. I'm going to say const wish list object should be equal to email and product underscore ID. So I'm going to pass this wish list objects over here. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to say return response dot data. So there is one more. Let's add the catch parts. Let's add the catch parts. Copy and I'll paste this here. So we've got this done now. So right away, let's go call this function. I'm gonna go over to the product info. Let's go to the top now. I'm gonna add a new function. I'm gonna say async function. I'm gonna say undo add to wish list. You're gonna say const form data should be equal to new form data. right? And then I'm gonna say from data dot set product ID. That's gonna be string product dot ID, right? And then we're gonna also add the email. I'm gonna say from data dot set email. So remember we have the logged in user email. I'm gonna say logged in this time. We have the logged in user email, which we passed, which we received. Here it is, right? So this email now, sometimes it's gonna be null, sometimes it's gonna be null or undefined, sometimes it's gonna have a value which is a string, sometimes it will have no value. So you're gonna say if email has a value, right? I'm gonna say if email has a value, pass the email. If it has a value, pass the email, else pass an empty string. These are how you do it. Then once we've done this now, then we can now say, let's say try catch. I'm gonna say await. Let's call the action add to wish list action. Should be called here. Then we're gonna pass the form data. And then we're gonna return, we're gonna add a toast, we're gonna add a toast notification. I'm gonna say toast.success. I'm gonna say wish list. I'm gonna say your wish list has been updated. Your wish list has been updated. So let's import this. Control and period. It's taking, okay, yeah, we'll add update the import. So you can then copy this catch block. It's gonna be the same thing. This catch, copy it. Yeah, so now I think we are good to go. So now there's one more thing. There's one more thing now. I said before, I said previously, I said that the first time you click on the button, the first time you click on the button, the product gets added to your wish list. The next time it gets removed. If you click again, it gets added, and so on and so forth. Right? So we have to control that. We have to add a state now. We have to add something to help us that's gonna let us know when a product has been added to the wish list. Instead, we're gonna add a new state. Right, so we're gonna come over here and say const added to wish list. We're gonna have this we're gonna say set added to wish list. It's gonna be equal to use state. It's gonna be false by default. So right now I'm gonna copy this. We are gonna copy the setter function. I'm gonna get down to where we called over here where we call the action, and then I'm gonna come here and negate the value, the current value of the setter function. I'm gonna get the current value. They will negate it. So if the value was once false, when you click on the button, it turns true. If it was true, it turns false. That was it means to negate it. So now over here, we're gonna scroll down. Let's scroll down to, let's copy this. Copy this text code, copy the state code added to wish list, and to the bottom, we're gonna pass it as a prop. Okay, over here, not a prop yet. I'm gonna come over here, and then we'll say if this value is true. If it is true, we want to show the text remove from wish list. Else shows the text added to wish list. Hope you get. I think there is something you get. So that's how it's meant to be. Let me just save it. So let's see if this is going to work. Right, so I'll just come over here and then call the function. The function is called undo add to wish list. We're gonna call it here. Add the on-click events here. Yep. So we are not adding it on this on this component. And this component just shows us the tooltip. Understand? This company is only going to get revealed when the user is not logged in. So when the user is logged in, the button will get revealed. The actual wish list button gets shown, gets displayed, and that's button you are meant to click to add product to wish list. So let's spell this properly. It's called on click. The L is small. So I think we are good. Let's proceed. Okay, so this is meant to be called undo click. Sorry, it's meant to be called undo click. So that's meant to be that's the name of the prop, undo click. Yep. Okay, so I hope everything works well. So let's test out this. Let's try it out. So back here. So remember, before you can add to wish list, you must be logged in. You can see it says login to add product to wish list. So let's log in. So continue with Google. Let's continue with Google. So pick. So you're currently logged in now. So back to the product. Any of the products is fine. Click on the shirts. Next.js needs to work. Needs to work on their routing. It's not meant to take that much time. Instead, so click on the button now. Add to wish list. Click on it. You can see it says your wish list has been updated. And it now says remove from wish list. That's because the product has been added to my wish list. So if I click on the button again, click on it. Let's see. Right now it says add. You can see now right now it says add to wish list. But this thing is temporary. It's not permanent. You understand? It's meant to be. It's meant to. What's the word? It's meant to be like. It's meant. We have to persist it to the back end. Okay. If I click now, right now it's been added to my wish list. Right. 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 In a sense, right now this product has been added to the wish list. But if I refresh the page, this value will go back to default. So we have to persist it. But before we persist it, let's add the loading effect. Let's add the loading effect on this button. So let's add it. So up here, I'm going to call to the top and up over here. We're going to add another statement. I'm going to say add wish list loader. I'm going to say const add wish list loader. I'm going to say set add wish list loader. By default, the value is going to be false. By default, I'm going to say use state false. So whenever we add an item to wish list, so over where's the function? I think it's here. First thing first, we're going to set the value to true. So true, right? And then after all they try and they catch, if any of them works, so we're going to come over to the finally block, and then just turn the value back to false. So this block is always going to run regardless of what happens in the try or catch block. The finally block will always run. That's why I had to add this here. Right. So now let's so now over to the let's copy the state. It's called add to wish list loader. So we are going to just come over to the wish list button now. I'm going to say over here, if this value is true, we want to simply return the value updating, right? Updating, right? And then else return the remove from wish list. The same thing will be applied here. We're going to say updating. Yep, and one more thing again. We're going to add the disabled prop on this button. I'm going to say disabled should be equal to add to wish list loader. And as for the class name, let's update it. I'm going to say disabled should have an opacity. When it is disabled, let's want to give the button an opacity of 50. And then we don't want to allow the click event. I'm going to say opacity disabled. Sorry, what am I doing? I'm going to say disabled should then be We're going to say cursor not allowed. We don't want to allow the cursor. Let's see if this works. Okay. It should be fine now to the browser. So you click on add to wish list. It says updating, right? It's taking time. Hope I've not made a mistake. It's not meant to take this much time. Oh, it works at the end. Let's click on remove from wish list. Click on remove from wish list. Updating. Okay, it's working. But right, let's persist that state. Let's persist this. Right now, I can say it says remove. Right now, the value is saying remove from wish list. But if I refresh the page now, it's going to go back to add to wish list. And we don't want that. So it's time for us to persist the state to the backend. Let's persist it, right? I'm going to make, you can see return back, which is not meant to be so, right? So now to the browser, let's persist the state. Okay, so right, let's proceed now. So here's the endpoint you need to call. It's called product and wish list. So here's the endpoints, right? So we're going to, so right now, let's go work on that. So over to the product info, just on beneath here, I'm going to have a use effect. I'll have a dependency array. Let's import use effect. Click on it and hold down Control and period. Control and P. Okay. I think already have use effect imported. So now, oh sorry, I didn't call it properly. So it's meant to be like this. So you're gonna have a function declared inside here. I'm gonna just say async function. Undo products in wish list. Undo products in wish list. So let's call the function. Just call the function as soon as you're done declaring it. So I'm gonna say if the logged in. I'm gonna say if I'm gonna check. I'm gonna make sure we have the value for the logged in user. I'm gonna say if the logged in user, if it has a value, if it is not null or undefined, then we can proceed. Then we're gonna add the try catch, the try block. Then we're gonna say const response should be equal to await API.get. So now let's go let's get the endpoints. Copy this. So the endpoints, I made a full tutorial on this. I made a full video on this on the backend. You sit on the video. You sit on my channel. I'm going to drop the link to the backend tutorial in this video's description. So here's the endpoint now. So we're going to pass some dynamic value, like the email. The email is meant to be. Let's remove this. What we have here. It's meant to be the logged in user email. Logged in user email, and the product ID is meant to be product.id. Yeah, that's the endpoint you need to call now. Then we're going to say, then we're going to set, let's update the value of this state. Set added to wish list, copy it. Over here. Right, we're going to say response of data. Response of data is the entire object, but in that object we have some properties. Let's see what the property name is. It is called product in wish list, right? So copy it now, and we're going to copy this, and then I'm going to say response of data dot product in wish list. We can also return. I'm going to say return response dot data. Right, for the catch block, I'll just copy. I think we have several catch. Let me just copy this. So over here, just paste the catch. Okay, now we've gotten the catch block done, and scroll down. Let's see. So let's add some dependencies. So it seems you add the logged in user, email and the product ID. as the array dependencies, as the use effect dependencies, right? Let's add it right away. I'm gonna add a logged in user email and the product.id. So this should be fine now. So whenever the page is whenever the page refreshes, this is going to help us undo this. It's going to help. Let's refresh the page. Let's see what it's going to be now. So this is meant to be remove. Okay, I'm not sure. Let's add to wish list. Add to wish updating. So now the value says remove from wish list, right? So we are going to refresh the page and see if it's going to work. Add enter. Click on it. Sorry, refresh the page, and then because now it still remains removed from wish list. Now we've been able to persist the state to the backend. So right now we've been able to add product to our wish list instead. So it's been an exciting time. We are done with the product detail page. So what next? We're going to work on the cart page next. So see you there. Okay, so right now I think it's time for us to start working on the cart page. So let's get started right away. So back to my code now. So yes, so right now, whenever you click on this icon, we are meant to get redirected to the cart page, right? So let's see how that goes. So over here now to our code now, we have this icon, this cart icon. We have it inside of the nav items component. So let's go over to the nav items. That should be inside components. Click on nav bar and then nav items. So here is the region that houses the cart item. So yeah, so right there, I'm going to wrap this in a link tag. Let's wrap it in a link tag. So let's use a link tag here. I'm going to say link href should be equal to, it's going to be a dynamic URL. We're going to have the cart, then /, then I'm going to say then /, we're going to add a dynamic URL there, a dynamic value rather. It's going to be called cart code. So we're going to get our cart code from the context, from our context. Let's do that right away. Just here, I'm going to say const. So we're going to say use cart. Use cart. Oh, already have use cart already imported. So inside here, I'm going to just say cart code, right? Yeah. So that's it now. So we're going to say link. It's going to be /cart, then the cart code, right? Yeah. So we're going to wrap. What's happening? So now we're going to simply wrap up this div inside of the link component. Yep. So now yes. So now let's see what we are going to have now. So right now we are meant to get redirected to the cart item page. Let me show you what it looks like. So you go over to the cart folder. We have the cart folder, and then we have a dynamic URL, right? So if you open the dynamic URL, then we have the page. So you're meant to come over to this page because you can see we have the cart, then a dynamic value. This dynamic value you have here is referring to this cart code, this folder. You understand? Because this square brackets cart code represents a dynamic value. Hope you understand. So let's see what it's going to give us to the browser. Okay, what was this / doing there? Let's remove that. That's it up there. And then click on the cart icon. We're going to get redirected. So right now we are on the cart item page, and you can see the URL. We have cart, then we have our dynamic value, right? And this is our cart code. Hope you understand. So we are going to fetch our cart. We are going to fetch the cart and its cart items. Okay, so right now we are going to fetch our carts through this dynamic value. You understand? So and we have the endpoints here. So you can see it says get cart, then the cart code. So we are going to fetch our cart details, our cart items using this endpoints. You understand? Cart then / is dynamic value. Hope you get. So let's go work on that quickly. Okay, now so back to our code now. Let's go over to our api.txt file. That's gonna be found inside of the lib folder. So we're going to right now we're going to write the function that's going to help us get our carts. So I'm going to come over here and say export a sync function. gonna say get cat, right? So right now we're gonna be expecting. So we're gonna pass in this dynamic value up here. This value we have here. So I'm gonna call it cat code, cat underscore code, and it's gonna be of type string, right? So right now I'm gonna say try. Let's use the try block. They're gonna say const response should be equal to API dot await API dot get. And let's see what the endpoint is. It's called get cat, then the cat code, right? Get underscore cats. Let's add that quickly. So I'm gonna say get underscore cat, then / a dynamic value. Then we're gonna pass in the cat underscore code. Then we're gonna simply return. I'm gonna say return response dot data. And right now let's check out for the catch block. I'll copy this part of the code and then paste it here, because we are always gonna have the same catch block, you understand? So yeah, so we have the function. Right now we have the function that's gonna help us get our carts and its cart items, you understand? And gets the entire cart, you understand? So back to back to our. So right now we're gonna go back to this page. Where's the page again? To the carts detail page, you understand? And here we are. So we're gonna call that function, right? So it's gonna be a sync. So over here now we're gonna say const cat should be equal to get cat, right? And right now you can see now we have some params up here. This is a params. This value you see as a params. So how do we get the params? It's simple. So over here we're gonna come over here and then pass in params. I'm gonna say params is of type cat code based of this value we have in the square brackets, right? It's gonna be of type params. It's gonna be of type params. Then I'm gonna say cat's code is of type string, right? So and then we have to put this instead of a promise, right? So I'm gonna wrap it inside a promise, and over here just close it, and then we're gonna have the promise. Yep, so we've got that already now. So over here now we can then say const cat code should be equal to await params. Hope you understand. So we can then pass the cat code inside here, right? That's how you should do it. And now I'm going to say console.log cat. Let's see what cat looks like. Console.log cat. I want to see what it looks like. You get so to the browser. Okay, now if I go over to the cards page now, this is the cards page, right? So if I refresh this, we are meant to see a value. We're meant to see something in our browser's console. So let's see what we're gonna have. Let me scroll down. Is it not done? Nothing was returned. Let's check out the browser's console. Let's inspect console. We are meant to see an object. Nothing is showing here. Let's check out the code again. API.txt file. Return response of data. From what I'm saying, we are getting nothing returned. Nothing is being printed on the console. Okay, nothing is being returned now. Let's check. Let me check the code again one more time. Our page. Oh, it should be await. It should be await, right? Await get cards. That was my mistake. Not the browser now. Let's clear out what we have here and then refresh the page again. Let's see what we are gonna have. Yeah, I think now we have an object returned. Now we have the cat object returned. You can see we have the cat ID, the cat code. Then we have the cat items, which is an array. The cat item is an array of cat item objects. You can see it here. You can see we have an array of 3 objects. If you open the cat items, Then let's see what it looks like. Then we have the ID, the products, right? You can see how it is. That's cool. So you go down to the browser's terminal. So you could go down to our terminal rather, not browser's terminal. Let's see what we have in the terminal. Yeah, you can see here is the cat object. It has the ID, the cat code, the cat item, which is an array of cat item objects. And then we have the cat total. So first thing first, let's go create our cat type. Very important. So over to the types.ts file. So let's just create the cat type. Over here, I'm gonna say export interface cat type. So you can see we have the ID, which is of type number. Then we have the cat code, which is of type string. You can see I'm seeing it over here. It's of type string. Then we have the cat items, which is going to be an array of objects. It's going to say cat items. So now let's see what the object looks like. So let's go down to the browser. You can see, let's see what the cat items object looks like. This is quite messy. So right now I open the cat items now. It's an array of objects. So so right now here is the first object. It has the ID. It has an ID, right? And then it has the products. Right now the product we have is also an object, right? And you see what the product contains the ID, the name, the slug, the ID, the name, the ID, the image, the name, price, and slug. Here's a product object. So let's start working on the cat item. Let's work on the cat item type. So I'm gonna say export interface cat item type. So now have the ID, which is of type number. And then what else does it have? It has the ID. Sorry, am I making a mistake? The cat item has the ID, yes. Let's check again. It has the ID. Yeah, here it is. Then the products. The product, right? And then we have the products, which is of type products. We already have product defined above because what we have here is the product now. It has the ID, the image, the name, the price. This is the products objects. And we have that declared above, if you remember. We have the product declared here already. The ID, the name, the slug, the image, and the price. We have the same thing being out. We have the same thing here again. Then we have the quantity and the subtotal. Right? So we have the quantity. This is for the cat item. Then we have the quantity. Right? You can see it here. Quantity and subtotal, and they are both of type number, and subtotal sub_total is of type number. Yep. So now we've got our cat item type done. So over here now we're going to say cat item is of type cat item array, cat item type array. Right, that's good. Now then we're gonna have the cat total, cat underscore total, which is of type number. So right now we have our cat type and our cat item type done. So back to our code. Over here now we have the cat done, right? So right now we have this variable that says cat items count. This refers to the number of items we have inside of the carts, right? So how do we make this dynamic now? Because right now it's having a static value. So I'm going to give this a type. I'm going to paste the type now. Our cat is of type cats type. Yeah, cat type. That's our cat type. That was, yeah. And then we're going to come over here and say cat items dot length. So now this value is now dynamic, cat items count. So over here now I did something. I commented out this line. So I'm gonna put it back there now. this line. Let's put it back. So I said if card items counts is greater than 0, show me the card items. Right? Show me the card items. Else you're gonna say your cart is empty, right? Okay, so right now what we have on this page now, this is what we have here. Oh, you can see now the cart item is now, this page is now, it is empty currently. It's not really empty yet. So okay, let's see what we have. Okay, here's what we have. Here's what we have, right? So right now we have to simply map through this to generate as much cart items as we have inside of our cart. So over here I'm going to say, ouch, sorry for that. I'm going to say const cart items should be equal to cart items. So over here now we're going to simply map through this. I'll wrap this inside of a parenthesis. So I'm going to say cart items dot map. I'm going to have my cart item, right? Now bring this component inside. So right now it needs me to pass in the key prop. I'm going to say key should be equal to cart item dot id, right? And then I think that's good. We have to also pass in the cart item object as a prop. Cart item, ouch, what am I doing? I'm not typing. I'm gonna say cart item should be equal to cart item. So let's see how many cart items we have on the page now. You can see now we have, here's what we have, right? So we have 3 cart items inside of the cart, right? 3 different cart items you get. So over here now, so we have to receive the prop. Let's save this now. So you have to go into right now we have to go into the cart item component and receive this prop called cart item, right? So now let's open the cart item component. So we're going to pass the prop here. I'm going to say cart item. It's going to be of type cart item type. Yep, so we've got that now. So once that have been gotten, now what's the next step now? So over here we have to display right now let's display the product image, right? So right now I want to display this image, right? This information we have here. So let's work on that. So back here, remember we have to pass in the base URL first. I'm gonna say base underscore URL, and then let's pass in. I'm gonna say over here, I'm gonna say cart item dot product dot image. This is thanks to TypeScript. You understand? With TypeScript now, by just putting in your with TypeScript, by using the dots, you're going to be having suggestions of the properties you want to impute. You understand? That's all thanks to TypeScript. You understand? So we have our carts, we have the product image done already. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see now we have different products. You can see that's cool now. So let's go work on the product's name. So for the product's name, that's what we have here. So I'm going to say cart item dot product dot name. As for the product's price, this is part of the code. Let's work on that. So I'll say cart item dot product dot price. Let's see. Okay, we have the name, we have the product price. That's cool. That's perfect. So now we're going to have the product quantity over here, the product quantity. So I think that should be here. I'm going to say cart item dot quantity, and just here and here we are going to have the subtotal, right? So let's see what it's going to look like. So come over here. I'll say cat item dot subtotal. Okay, now you can see now, right now we have 5 of this item in the cart. We have 3 of this and we have 1 of this. So that's good. That's good, right? So yeah, so what we have here is correct. I thought it was wrong, but right now I can see it's correct. So I want this value to be in decimal. I don't like the way it should be. It should be like 400.00, not like this. So right now, let's work on that quickly. So here's the subtotal here. So over here, I'm going to come over here and say, let me just say const subtotal should be equal to cat item dot subtotal. So let's convert this to a number, because right now this is right now this value is seen as a string. You understand? I'm going to say number, then we're going to say const formatted subtotal, formatted, can't spell it again, subtotal should be equal to, I'm going to say subtotal dot to fixed dot to 2 decimal places. Yep. So yeah, so right now I can't just come here and say, right now I can't just come over here and apply those all I did here, because first of all, this value is seen as a string. Now right now, as convert to a number, and then convert and then convert it to a 2 decimal place value. So I'm going to just pass this formatted subtotal now into over here. So right now we're going to have the value returned with in 2 decimal places. So I hope this works. The browser, let's see what we've got. Perfect. So I can see we have that. That's cool. So right now we are able to fetch. Now we're able to fetch the cart items inside of our cart page. That's good. Sorry. So right now we're able to fetch the cart items inside of the cart. But right now what we have here is not reflecting with what we have here. The order summary is not reflecting with the cart item. So let's work on let's work on the order summary. Okay, so for the order summary, we're going to go over to the cart item page. So right now, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to get the total, the cart total, this value. All we have here is a dummy value. So I'm going to get the actual value right now. I'm going to say, let's just say over here, I'm going to say const total should be equal to cart dot, it's called cart total, right? So I'm going to pass this as a prop. Copy this now. It should pass as a prop down to the cart summary. Here's the cart summary components. So sorry, what did I think I called it total. Let's be sure. Yeah, total. So I'm going to receive this prop now. So we are instead of the cart summary now, passing the prop. It's called total. It's going to be of type. So it's going to be total of type. Total is going to be of type string, of type number rather, not string. Yep. So yes. Now, so what are we going to do now? So right now, here's how we are going to do it now. So over here we have the subtotal. The subtotal represents the total we just passed to the cart summary. This total we have here is going to be our subtotal, right? So when we add up when we add up the subtotal with the tax, we're going to have the total, right? So over here now, I'm going to come over here and say const tax. Let's add our tax. I'm going to say const tax should be equal to 5. I'm going to say const subtotal should be equal to number then total. You understand? So that's what we are need to do now. They're going to say const total should be equal to, we're going to say task plus subtotal. Tax plus subtotal. Come on. Then I'm going to convert this to 2 decimal places. So over here, I'll copy this total and let's pass it over here. Let's see what the value is going to look like. Refresh the page. Try an error. It says total. I think I made a mistake with the total. Oh, okay, there is a name mismatch. There is a name. I'm going to come over here and say const. Let me just say cat total. Right. So paste that here. Previously, these two were clashing, right? So right now, let's see if this works. Okay, now we have the cat total here. It says 105. I'm not sure if this is correct. Well, it's looking as though it's correct, but I'm not sure yet. Oh, we have this. Okay, now I think there's a coincidence, a huge coincidence. Okay, let's see if it's correct now. Let's see. There's no coincidence, sorry. All we have here is 105. All we have here is 1005. So back here, let's render out. So over here, I'm going to come over here and say const formatted. I'm going to say const formatted task. I want to make it to decimal places. It's going to say it should be equal to tax dots to fixed. So let's pass the tax now. So here's the tax here. It's called formatted task. Okay, so now let's see what it looks like. Okay, we still got perfect. We still got this now. So we're gonna also add we're gonna call this formatted subtotal. I'm gonna say const formatted subtotal. That should be equal to subtotal dot to fixed sub underscore total dot to fixed, 2 decimal places. Copy this and then we'll pass it over here. So let's see what the value looks like. Let's see. Do I have to refresh the page before it shows? Let's refresh the page and see. I also hope everything works well. Everything works out perfectly. Okay, cool. So we have it now. Everything now is in 2 decimal places, and they both align together. What we have on the cart items is the same price. Is the same thing we have on the cart. Is the same thing we have on the order summary. Understand? So cool. We're making huge progress. But there is one more thing I want to talk about. You understand? So let's assume, for example, remember, so let's assume a user comes on the website. A user comes for the first time. You come on the website. Remember, whenever you load up the sites, we have our cart code generated. We have the local storage saving a particular value whenever you log on, whenever you open the website. You understand? So, and that value, and that value that gets saved is what we use to add items to carts. It's through that value we use that value to create a cart. Understand? So right now, once you open the page, once you open the browser, and then want to head over to your carts. Remember, you open the browser, you have nothing in the carts yet. You want to go see your carts. You are going to be faced with an error because you don't have anything in your cart yet. You understand? So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about right now. So right now I'm going to do this. Go over to let's go over to the storage. So I'm going to go over to storage, local storage. So I'm going to remove this cat code. I'm going to remove it. I'll simply right click, delete cat code. It's gone, right? So now over to my code. I'm going to refresh this page now. So inspect now. Let's see what we have. Pick on storage, local storage. So you can see we don't have any cat code, right? I'm going to refresh the page. If I refresh the page, a new cat code gets generated. Refresh. So open your local storage now. Right now we have a new cat code, right? A new cat code has been generated. So now if you go over to the cat page, click on the cat. You can see now this is a new cat code that has been generated, a new cat code, right? That's because so here is how it happens now. So whenever you refresh the browser, it checks the local storage to see if there is a cat code. If there is a cat code there, it does nothing. But if there is no cat code, it creates a new cat code. You understand? So that will just happen because I removed the existing cat code, and after refreshing the browser, a new cat code was generated. You understand? So back now, a new cat code has been generated, and now click on the cat. I click on the cat page. You can see now. You can see where you can see over here. It went down to cat. Then we have the cat and then the new cat code. Remember, in our database on the back end, there is no cats with this code yet. There is no cat with this given code. You understand? Because we have not yet because we've not yet added any items to carts yet. No item has been added to our new carts. Hope you understand. So how do we avoid this problem? Because this is an issue. Because a user might come on board now, and the first thing they are doing, they might want to go over to their cart page. And mind you, they have not yet added, and mind you, nothing has been added to their carts. You can see now it threw a 404 error because it is because on the back end we're looking for a cart with this cart code, but we don't have it yet because we have not yet added any items to our cart. Then we are having this error message over here. We're having this error message that says request failed with status code 404. You understand this error message? So over to our code now. So where we back to the api.txt file. So we have to do something special here now. Understand? So I'm going to say in this, remember this is the code that helps us fetch our cards, and it gets the cards based on this dynamic value we have here. And currently we have no cards in the database with this value yet because no item has been added to cards. No item has been added to the new cards yet, right? So right now we're going to just come over here and say if error.message is equal to, because right now this is the okay now right now I'm going to do something. I'm going to just say console.log error. Let's say console.log error. Let me just make it long. I'm going to say error, right? Let's see what the error is going to be. So inspect over to the console. So I'll refresh this. Okay, so right now I consider the error now. I consider the error, and here is the error, and here is the error objects. You can see it here. This is the error object. And right now we have this message property that says request failed with status code 404. Right. So I'm going to go over to my code now. I'm going to say I'm going to come over here and say if error.message, if it is equal to request failed with status code, make sure you spell it properly, status code 404. If it is equal to this, I want to simply redirect the user to the cart page, not the cart item page. I'm going to say redirect. So we have to get redirect from next navigation. So I want to say redirect the user to the cart page, not the cart item page. Understand? So this is what you have to do. So with this, now everything should be fine, because when you come to the website, because when you log on to the website the first time and you go over to the cart page directly, you are meant to see nothing because you have not added any items to your cart yet. So now with this, this is going to help us avoid this error. Understand? So right now the browser is loading up again. Let's wait for it to load up. You can see what it shows us now. It says your cart is currently empty. Looks like you haven't added anything to your cart yet. So go back home. So you'll be taken back to the home page where you can go proceed to add items to your cart. Hope you understand. So the home page is not redirecting. Hope it's not. Let's see what the home page looks like. Here it is. Back home is meant to redirect. Okay, it has redirected. I think Next.js needs to work on their routing, because their routing it takes quite some time to reflect. I'll try my best to complain about this because I really love Next.js. It makes development easier, right? But some things are just quite slow. You get. So right now we're going to add some items to cart now. Let's add this. Let's add this shirt to our cart. Remember now we have a new cart, right? So come on, don't take my time. So click on add to cart. Okay, cool. Let's pick a different. Let's pick another product to add to cart. Let's go with this. Add to cart. Adding. Cool. It has been added now. So over here, I'll simply open this. Click on your cart icon. So right now, yeah. So you can see we have these two products in our carts. This costs $30. This costs 100. So we have, yeah, it's correct. So now you can see what I was talking about now. So everything works fine. So what's the next thing now? So right now, let's work on updating the quantity of our cart item. So right now, if I can click on those buttons to increase the quantity, and then if I click on this update button, the quantity gets updated in a sense. So let's work on that next. Okay, so right now let's work on the cart item now. So once work on this button, so whenever I click on the buttons, it increases. The plus button is going to increase the quantity, and this minus button is going to decrease it. This minus button will simply decrease the quantity. Hope you understand. So you get. So let's work on these buttons, right? So after we are done with the buttons, we can then update the cart item quantity in real time. But for now, let's work on updating this value. You get. So back to the cart item. So our cart item, where are you? Let me close some of the stuff we have here. Here's a cart item. So first thing first, we're going to declare a new state. I'm going to call this state quantity. I'm going to say const quantity. You're going to say set quantity. And the value is going to be equal to, so by default, the value is going to be, you're going to say use state. Then by default, the value is going to be cart item dot quantity. You get. So over here, I'm going to copy this quantity right away. So copy this quantity now, copy it now. Let's scroll down. So over here, I'm going to remove this. So we're going to simply say quantity. And now I'm going to come here and say, I'm going to add two functions now. I'm going to say function increase quantity. So it's simply just going to say set. Then we're going to say set quantity. Then we're going to take the current value of right now. We're going to take the current value of quantity, the current value, and then we're going to increase it by 1. I'm going to say quantity. I'm going to say current value plus 1. Understand? So we do the same thing now for the decrease quantity. I'm going to say function decrease quantity. They're going to say set quantity. going to simply take the current value and then subtract 1 from it. Yep, so we've got this now. So I'll copy this now. I'll call this function. Whenever I click on the plus button, here's a plus button. So here's a plus button. Whenever I click on it, just say on, let's say on click should be equal to increase quantity, and for the negative button, I'm going to say on click should be equal to decrease quantity. Right, and one more thing again, I'm going to make sure that whenever the so now let's see if this works first. Let's see if it works. Okay, I think we have to, okay, let's convert this to a client component. That was the problem. Yes, client, that's it, and then let's proceed. So okay, these buttons now, I need to add some, let's add the cursor pointer style on the buttons. Let me add it here, cursor pointer. So just copy it and then paste on the other buttons. Let's add it here also. And also on the console over here. Okay, back to our code. Yeah, so now let's increase this. Click on the plus icon. You can see it gets increased. Click on the minus, it gets increased and keeps going down. One more thing now is that I want to make sure that whenever the value is 1, this value, whenever it is 1, I want to disable the minus button. Right? I don't want to go down to 0 minus 1. No. Whenever the value is 1, this button will be disabled. The minus button has to be disabled. And here is the minus button. Here it is. So I'm going to say disabled should be equal to if quantity is equal to 1. Right, so the button is meant to be disabled. Let's see if it works. Okay, so right now the button has been disabled. Right, so you can see we can't click on it if the value is 1, but if you go above 1, you can see it's been enabled now. You can see now, yeah, so that's how it's meant to be. So right now we've got our button working. Now we've got this plus and minus button working. So right now the next thing is to go work on our server action. So whenever we update this, click on this button, the update cart, we are going to have our cart item quantity updated. You understand? So let's work on that. So right now let's work on the server action that's going to help us update the cart item. So back to our browser now. Let's see what the endpoint looks like. It says, let's see. So update the cart item, you have to pass in, let me increase this. You have to pass in the item ID and the quantity. Item ID refers to the cart item ID. That's what the item ID is, and then you pass in the quantity, and you have to make it a put request. Right, so let's go work on it now. So over to the file call. Let me close some of this. Let's close some of what we have here. Okay, now so over to our lib folder. Open the actions.ts file. So I'm going to create a new file now. So I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say updates cart item action. It's going to accept the form data. It's going to be of type form data. And if I'm going to say const cart item underscore, so it's going to be called item ID, because item underscore ID should be equal to form data dot get will say cat item underscore ID. And we also need the quantity. I'm gonna say const quantity should be equal to from data that gets quantity, right? I also need to get the cat code. I'm gonna say const cat underscore code should be equal to from data that gets cat underscore code, right? So over here, I'm gonna have our object. I'm gonna say const cat item object should be equal to item ID and quantity. You understand? So that's what we need to do there. And I'm gonna right now I have to make our API request. I'm gonna say try. I'll say const response should be equal to await API.put, right? And the endpoint is, let's see what it is again. It's called update cat item quantity. We have to pass in this object, right? Then I'll pass in the cat item object. Sorry, should be a comma. Then we have to, so if this is successful, I want to simply refresh the page. Understand? This page, I want to refresh it. And here's the, and this is the part, cat then the cat's code, right? Cat then / cat's code. Understand? So over here, I'm gonna say revalidate paths, right? It's gonna be / cat. Then remember, that's why I had to get the cat's code. You understand? Then we can always return response. We can return response dot data. So let's see if we can use, let's just get this catch block and then paste it here. So now right now we have our update cart item action. Good. So back to the cart item now. So we are going to have a new function declared up here. And I'll say const. Sorry, I'm going to just say async handle update cart item. So first thing first, I'll say const form data should be equal to new form data, right? And then we're going to say form data dot set quantity dot set quantity. Let's be sure we are using the actual, we called it quantity cart item ID and cart code dot set back here dot set quantity should be string quantity. Remember, we have the quantity up here now. Oh no, string quantity. We're going to say form data dot set, I call the cart item underscore ID should be string cart item underscore ID. I think I'm making a mistake somewhere. Why is this cart item dot ID, not underscore? Cart item dot ID. And as for the cart code, we have to get the cart code now from. So let's get, I'm gonna say const gonna say equal. Let's get the cat code from use cat. Gonna say use cat. Let's say cat code. Let's import use cat. Sorry. Import. So now let's import cat code. Yeah, that's it. So over here, I'm gonna say it's called, the key is called cat underscore code. So over here, I'll say form data dot set cat underscore code. So you have to pass the cat code we got from use cat. That spelled it wrongly. Okay, I'm going to say if cat code, give me cat code, else give me an empty string. That's because cat code is likely to be null. You get, so yeah, so we have the async. So this is meant to be called async function. Sorry. And back to the action.ts now, you have to convert these two to numbers because they're meant to be numbers, because they are going to come in as a string. So you have to convert them to numbers as they come in. Yep, so that's what we need to do. So now we have to call this action update cat item action. So I'm going to have the try block. I'm going to say try await update cat item action. So you have to pass in the form data into it. And then we have to have our toast. I'm going to say toast.success. I'm going to say item. I'm going to add a product name now. I'm going to say item, cat item, cat item dot product dot name has been updated. So I'm just going to say quantity has been updated. I think there's a problem somewhere. Let's import the cat action, the server action. Click on it and hold down control and period. Let's also import toast, control and period toast. Yeah, so this is what you have to do now. For the catch block, I'm going to say catch is of type error and then unknown. That's the type. Right, so now what are we going to do? So we're going to say if error instance of, if error is an instance of error, I'm going to just simply say toast dot error should be error dot message, error dot message, and I'm going to also say throw new error, error dot message. Right, and over here I'll also throw another error if it is not an instance of the error. I'm going to just say an unknown error occurred. An unknown error occurred. So we've got this now, and we can also say toast.error, toast.error, an unknown error occurred, right? So we've got our function, we've got the function almost done, but one thing is this. Now let's also add the loading effects, the loader. I'm going to come over here and just say const cat item loader. Let's say cat item update loader. I'm going to say set cat item update loader. I'm going to say use state. by default it's gonna be a false value by default, right? So I'm gonna just copy this. So first thing first, whenever we call the function, we're gonna set the value to true. So when the API request is done, then we're gonna have the finally block, and then we're gonna, it's called finally. Let me spell it. I didn't spell it. So it's called finally, and we're gonna set the value back to false. Hope you get. So now what we are gonna do is that we're gonna come over to the button. Here's the button that's gonna. So over to this button now. So first thing I'm gonna say disabled should be equal to. I'm gonna copy this cart item update loader. Right, so this value is true, the button will be disabled, and over here I'm going to also say if cart item update loader, if the value is true, it has to show the text updating, else you display the text update cart. Hope you understand. All right, let's add this function as a click event. Copy this now. Over here, let's add the prop called undo click. Remember, this button is a custom component, is a custom component we created. So I'm going to say undo click should be equal to add update card item. So I'm super hopeful that everything is going to work well. Super hopeful you get. So to the browser. So what's going on? Let's refresh the page. I really hope everything is gonna work out straight up without having to. Okay, the page is coming up. So I want to also add a loading effect to this page. I'm going to add a new file called loading.txx. So I'm going to get the loading.txx from the shop it's code. So I already have it here. It's called, ouch, it's quite long. It's called cart item loading skeleton. Let's open this. Cart item, it's quite long. Okay, I'm going to add this later. So let's quickly add the, should I do this now? Okay, oh, we'll do this later. But back to the code now. Let's see if this is, try an error. Default export is not a React component. That should be. So right now I have to pause the video and add the loader for the cart item page. Instead, I have to add the loader for the cart item page. There's nothing difficult. We've done this several times for the other pages. So I did the same thing for the cart item page. So it's nothing complex. So once you have the source code, you can always go through the code and see what I did there. You understand? It's nothing big, nothing complex. So now let's refresh this page now. We are meant to see a loading effect. If I hold down Control and F5, we're meant to see that loader on the page. I hope it gets displayed. I hope it shows up. But if it does not show up, there is no problem. Let's proceed. So it didn't show up. That's fine. So I just want to just show you guys what it looks like. I can just copy this. Okay, you can see it. It showed up. Perfect. You can see what we have. You can see loading effects. Cool. So right now, this you can see it looks perfect, right? So whenever the page is loading, you're going to see that effect as the loader. So right now, let's say if we can update our cart item, click on, let's increase the quantity, then click on update cart. It says updating. You can see item Apple Pack shirts quantity has been updated. Right, it's now 3. Right, three of it now. And what we have here, and the other summary also got updated thanks to the revalidate part from Next.js. So I'm going to increase this. Just watch out for this part. Update cards. Let's see. You can see this part also got updated. everything seems to be working, but there is one more thing missing. We have to also update this cart item quantity we have up here. We have to also update this. So how do we go about that? It's simple. So over here, we are going to add a new state called counter. I'm going to call the state counter. I'm going to say const counter, and now say set counter going to be equal to use state. By default, the value is going to be 0 by default, right? So copy set counter. What I'm going to do is this now. So whenever I'm going to always increase the value by 1. Whenever I increase this quantity, whenever I increase this, I want to increase the value by 1. So I'll bring it down here and say set counter, get the current value, and then increase it by 1. The same thing is going to apply here, but this time we are going to over here we are going to decrease the value by 1, right? I'll say -1. Understand? So that's it now. So one more thing now. So I want to also right now I have to get this set cart items count. I have to get this setter function. It's coming from our context, from our cart context. So this function is what enables us what enables us update the number of items we have in the cart. Is this function. So now this function now is going to simply, so right now this counter help me to track how many times this button has been clicked. That's what the counter helps me track. It helps me track the number of times the button was clicked. You understand? So that's what it does. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the number of times the button was clicked. I will get it, and then I'm going to simply add up that number to the current value of cart items counts. Hope you understand what I want to do. So I'm going to just copy this, and over here I'm going to say current value should be equal to current value plus counter. Hope you get. So this should help us fix it. Whenever we add an item to cart, whenever we update the cart item quantity, the number of items in the cart should also get updated. You understand? So right now let's take this to 4. Right? Remember we have 6 items here. Right now I clicked on this button once. So we are going to have 6 plus 1. 6 plus 1 you get, because the counter helps us to track the number of times the button was clicked. You understand? So click on it. Let's try it now. Update cart. Updating. And let's see what it's going to give us. Right now it says 7. If I reduce this, let's take this to 1. Right? So I clicked on the button twice, and I clicked on the negative button. So it's meant to be, let's see, it's meant to say, let's see what it gives us now. Updating, it says 5, right? You can see it's working properly. It's working as it is meant to work. Understand? So right now we've been able to update our cart items quantity perfectly. You get. So, and whatever change that happens here reflects on this other summary, and that is thanks to what was it called? That's thanks to our revalidate parts. Because with this now we get to refresh the page with Next.js. You understand? And then the changes occurs on every part of the page. In the next episode, you're going to work on deleting cart items. So see you there. Okay guys, so right now let's work on deleting cart items. Understand? So whenever you click on this X icon, there's going to be a modal that will pop up to ask you if you're sure you want to proceed with deleting the cart item. So if you say confirm, the cart item gets deleted. You understand? So we're going to work on that. It's going to be similar to deleting of reviews. Very, very similar. So right now let's go work on that. So over to our code now. So remember in the previous episode, so we worked on deleting of reviews, and we used a component called delete modal. So we are going to use this component right now to delete cart items. So we have to make it dynamic, so it can work for both deleting of so it can work for both deleting of cart items and deleting of reviews. So just here, I'm going to add a new prop called delete cart item. So this prop is going to be optional. You understand? It's going to be optional. I'll add another prop called undo delete cart item. This will also be optional. So I'm going to make this other prop called undo delete review. Let's make it optional. You know how to do that, right? You come over here and add a question mark. So it's now optional. So as for right now, we also have undo delete cart item. It's also going to be optional. So come over here. Also, I'm not making any mistake. Yeah, just here. We'll make it optional too. It's going to be of type function that returns nothing, that returns void. And then we have the delete cart item. That's going to be a boolean value. It's also going to be optional. You understand? So it's going to be of type boolean. Let me just save my work to break this. Control X to save it. So right now, let's see what it looks like. Yep, so now we've got this now. So now over here, I'm going to say if the delete cart item is true, if this value is true, so we are going to simply replace this button with the button from the cart item, components you get. So over to the cart item now, I'm going to get a component called cart item. So right now, I need that X button. Let's find it. Here is the button. Right, so I need this button now. So I'll copy it. Copy, and then back here, I'm going to say, oh no. I'll simply say if the delete cart item, if the value is true, simply display the X button, else display the delete icon for deleting of reviews instead. So I'll paste that here. Yep, so now we've undid that now. So let's import X from Lucid React. Click on the X now and then hold down Control and P so we can import X from Lucid React. So we've done that now. So what's the next step now? So over here we have to change this text. So I'm going to just put this now. I'll say if delete cart item, if it's true, if delete cart item, right? So I want to render this, else render something else. So let me just copy the same, Ctrl C, and we'll paste this here. So if this cart item is true, I want to say this action cannot be. I want to just simply say you are about this cart item is about to get deleted. Let me say you are about to delete this cart item. Simple. Else, if it is not, if this value is not true, this delete cart item, if it is not true, it's going to simply display this message. And over here, so if this cart item is true, so let me just copy it. If this value is true, so want to call the undo delete cart item, else you call the undo delete review. You get, so it's gonna be called undo delete cart item, else you call the else you are gonna call the undo delete review. You understand? So we've got this modal set. So what we're gonna do now? So I'm gonna call this delete modal over here. So I'll comment out this guy. So we're gonna call the delete modal, right? So here it is. So right now we have to pass the prop called delete cart item. So right now the value is true by default, by just like this. So if you go down to our browser now, to the page now. Right now, click on this. Cool, you can see it says it's now right now we have the modal popping up now. So yeah, so we're making progress. So what next now? We have to go work on the server action that's going to enable us to delete the cart item. Now the modal is popping up. Good. So let's go work on the server action that will help us delete the cart item. So let's go work on that. Okay, now so let's work on it. Okay, right now let's work on the server action. So let's defer to our actions.ts file, actions.ts. So here we are. So I'll just simply, I'll duplicate. So right now what we have here is the update cart item action. And right now, for you to delete a cart item, let's see what the endpoint looks like. So let's check out what it looks like. You can also give me a follow on GitHub. That'll be cool. So yeah, for to delete a cart item, you can see we have to just pass in the cart item ID. You understand? How we need to just pass in, as simple as that. So right now, I think I'll just have to just copy this, because let's copy this. I'll duplicate it, Control C, and let me just rename it. It's going to be called delete cart item action. Delete, right? By now, you should be familiar with these things by now. Delete cart item action. Currently, what we need to pass now is the cart item ID, right? So, okay, right now, I'm going to remove the quantity. We don't need quantity. We are going to need the cart code. We are going to need the cart code definitely, so you can use it to refresh the page. You understand? And how you get, so I'm going to remove this object. You don't need it. And right now, right now to get the endpoint is called delete cart item. Just copy this, delete cart item, right? Delete underscore cart item. So right now remove this, and it's a delete request, not a put request. Delete. So here is the endpoint, delete underscore cart item, and it also needs you to pass the cart item ID, understand? So, and here is the ID. Copy that, right? So put in the / there. I think you're correct. Yes. Okay, now let's proceed. Okay, so with this now we're going to revalidate the path. So whenever we have an item deleted, this will help us reload the page with Next.js instead. So, and then return the response, and then here's our error. I understand our catch block to help us catch errors. So I think we are good now. So what's next now? So let's over to the card item. We're going to have another function here that will help us delete. We're going to call that function. We're going to call? I'm going to say async. Async, right? I'm going to say async function deletes cart item. It's going to be called undo delete, rather. Undo deletes cart item. Right now I'm going to say transform data. I'm sure you're familiar with this already. Transform data should be equal to new form data. So now we're going to say form data dot set. So what do we call it? It's called cart item ID. Form data dot set cart item ID is going to be equal to string. Luckily we have access to cart item from here. I'm going to say cart item dot ID. And we also have to pass in the cart code. So over here, I'm going to say form data dot set cart underscore code. We're going to pass in. Let's see if we have cart code accessed up here. Remember, cart code is coming from the use carts context. So we have cart code here. And also remember that sometimes cart code is going to be null. Sometimes it's going to have a value. You get, so I can't just come over here and say cart code. Let's see if it's going to work. You can see it's complaint. So I'm going to say if cart code, return cart code, else return an empty string. Understand? So this should definitely work. So now we've got this now. So I'm going to say await. Let's put a try block, try. So I'm going to say await delete cat item action. So we're going to pass the form data. Now we're going to have our toast. We want to add the toast notification. I'm going to say toast or success. And I'm going to just simply just say cart item. Let me add the name of the product, cart item. Then I'll say cart item dot product dot name, right? That's name. I'm going to say deleted successfully. Yep, so that should undo that. And now we're going to also have the catch block. Let me just copy what we have here. It's the same thing. One more thing now. So I want to make sure that whenever we have the cart item deleted, we want to also update the number of items we have in the carts. The number of items should always reduce. If you delete a cart item, the number of items in the cart should reduce. You get. So over here, I'm going to just call. Here's the function that helps us to update. This is the setter function. It's called set cart items count. So I'll just copy it now. So we'll come over here in the try block. So I'll paste it here and I'll say set items count. So we're going to get the current value. I will say current value should minus. We are going to subtract the cart item quantity. Instead, I'm going to say cart item dot quantity. You understand? So that's what we have to do, and I hope everything works well. So yep, so now we're going to pass this as a prop. Now copy this. Remember, in the delete mode, we are expecting this prop. It's called undo delete cart item. So over here, we're going to pass this as a prop. Copy. Scroll down to get the needed thing. Yeah, over here, we pass it here. So this is how it's going to be. You remember, we already accepted this prop, already accepted it over here. So everything should work well, everything should be fine now. So let's try and see if we are making progress or not. So click on the X icon. So it says, are you right now? You can see we have 3 items in the cart, 3 items, right? So right now it's asking you are about to delete this cart item. If I click on continue, it should proceed. Like it didn't work. Oh my, what could have happened? Okay, it worked, but it took some time. It says cart item Apple Pack shed deleted successfully. Right, so if you close, and you can see now the cart item has reduced to 2. Let's try this. Continue. Let's see. It's worked, right? And we have 1 item. Let's clear out this. Let's see what it's going to show us. Boom, it says now your cart is empty. So now we are done with deleting of cart items. So what next? Let's go work on the product. Let's go work on the search bar to enable us search for products. Let's work on that next. Okay, now so there's something I noticed now. You get something I noticed, right? So why we are deleting the cart items? It took quite some time. So let me show you something. I'm thinking of adding a loader to the button. That button, that the cancel button, that X button. I'm going to add a loader to it. So whenever you delete an item, you're going to see that indicator that tells you that it's going to tell you that something is happening. You understand? Because when I tried deleting the first item, it took quite some time, and I was wondering if there was an error, but there was no error. You get. So I'm going to add a loading indicator on this. That's going to replace this X whenever we try to delete a cart item. I won't do it now, but I will do it later. So right now, let's proceed to the search bar. So that's the search bar now. Let me show you what the search bar looks like. So that should be in the nav bar. It's called search form, right? So we have our search bar. We have this search form here. So here's how it works. So you have these components coming from Next.js, the form components coming from Next.js, right? So and then we have this action prop. This action prop, here's what it does. It helps us to redirect. It redirects us to the page that's going to show the results of the search of the search term of the searched word. Let's say you search for books. So this action is going to simply redirect us. That it's going to simply redirect us to the search page where we are going to where we are going to see what we searched for. You understand? Because right now we are on the currently now we are on the cards page. We are on the home page now. If I search for something and I click on search on the search icon, we are going to get redirected. We are going to get redirected to the search page, right? So right now this is meant to point down to forward slash search, right? Forward slash search. So how do we create a page in Next.js? How do we do it? I hope you still remember. So you go down to your app folder. You're going to create a new folder. I'm going to call the folder search. And instead of that folder, we're going to create a file called page.txt. Page.txx. Yeah. And then right, I'm going to say RAFCE. So I'll call this search page, right? So yeah, so that was one thing now. So when you search for some, okay, okay now. So right now, back to the search form. So now, and we have this name called query. So right now, I want to show you something. I'm going to come over here and let's search for something. Okay, just click on the search icon. Hope the search icon supports the button is. So on the button, just add type submits on the button. Type should be equal to submits. So right now, let's try performing a search right away. So click on the search icon. So you are meant to get redirected to the search page. Okay, so right now we just go redirected. You can see now we're on the search page, right? If you look at the query, if you look at the URL, we're currently on forward slash search. Then we have this query params, this query. This word you see here is called search params in Next.js. It is called search params. So we are going to get what was imputed into the search bar using this search params. And right now, our search params is called query. How do we come about query? If you come over to the search form, you can see we have this name here that says query. So we got the query. The query came about from it came out from here. It came out from this name attribute, this name prop. So this is the search params and this is the value. You understand? So that's how it's gonna work. That's how it's going to work. So right now we have to go down to our backend and get the API. We're gonna get to our product search API. Where you search. Okay, you can see how it looks like. So right now, let's go right to our API to search for products. Let's go over to our code now. Go over to the lib folder. We have the api.txt file. I'm gonna just call this. I just say export function. I'll say products search. So right now we're gonna pass in a parameter. We're gonna call it search inputs. It's gonna be of type string. It's gonna be of type string, right? Sometimes it's gonna be of type string. Let's proceed. I'm thinking sometimes it might be null or undefined because let's just put that. If it complains, we just come out. Let's just try this null and undefined added. Undefined. Yep. So I'm going to say try. So I'm going to say const response should be equal to await. So this should be an async function. So I'm going to say await API dot get. And here is what it is called. The endpoint is called search, right? And then we have our query. Okay, let's proceed. It's called search. Let me see how it is. Then we have query instead. So we're going to pass in query should be equal to search input, right? So I'm going to make sure I want to make sure that this value should this should only get called whenever we have a value. We're going to say if search input has a value, that's the only time the function should get called. Instead, if search input, so I'll copy this try block, should be inside here. Then I'm going to say return response of data, return response dot data, right? So for the catch block now, I'm going to just copy this. Let's copy this simple catch, copy it, and we'll paste it here. Okay, so this should be fine. This should work. So where do we call this now? So we're going to go back to our search page, which is this. So I'm going to copy the code now. Currently, I have the code for the search page already built in the Shopit code. I'll copy this. Let's just copy this HTML. Don't worry, I'm going to clean it up. And I'm going to clean it up so you guys can understand what's going on. My screen feels dark. I don't know. I'm just noticing it now. And I've gone quite far. Okay. So let me just clean this up. So I'll just come over here and just say, don't worry, it's gonna look, you're gonna understand what's going on. Let me just say search input up. Okay. So right now just simply just get out the products card, cut, and I'll paste it here, and this paragraph tag. So come back to this two later. Let me just comment it, and then I'll clear out the contents of this. Okay, so right now we are on the search page. On the search page now, I tell you that we are going to be expecting a search params, this query, search params, right? And how do we do it? Just like a normal params, but this time it's called search params. So far, I'm going to pass on the search params. And it's going to be of types. So it's going to be of, here is how it's going to be. So I'm going to say search params, it's going to be of type objects. It's going to have the key. It's going to have the key called query. And query is going to be a type of string. It's going to be of type string, null, or undefined. Right? And now we're going to just pass in. So this is how we do it here. We're going to pass in the promise. We're going to wrap it around the promise. Understand? So, and right now to get the query value, to get the query, we're going to come over here and just say const query should be equal to await search params, similar to your params you get. And right now we're going to call const searched products. Search products should be equal to await product search. Then we're going to pass in the query as then we're going to pass in query. Understand? So await, let me get a mistake. Yeah, we have to pass in a sync up here. Over to the search form, we have to add the required. Let's make sure that this field is required. You don't just go there and click on a search icon. No, you have to put in so you have to make sure that so with this required now, it's going to enforce, it's going to make sure that the user inputs a text into the search bar before clicking on the search, before you can search for a product to get. So this is going to be helpful, you get. So yeah, so we've done that now. So it says search product should be equal to should be equal to this now. So right now we're going to console.log search products, searched products, right? So to the browser, and over here I'm going to say up, okay, to the browser. Okay, you search for search input. So this you search for search input should actually be, the query is what the user searched for, right? Let's pass in the query. If I didn't make any mistake. Okay, it's fine now. So now this should no longer, this is right now, this is going to point down to what we have up here. You can see it now. You search for this. So now what's the browser now? Let's search for something. Well, let's just search for something. I could just search for books. Then search. Right now we're on the search page now. Let's see what was returned. You can open your terminal. You can see we have an array. We have an array of product objects returned, an array of product objects returned, right? So that's good. That's good. So right now, what do we do? So now right now you can see from what we have now, we have an array of product objects returned from the search. Let's see if we search for one. Let's see if we search for any random stuff. Let's see what we're gonna have. Search now. Okay, now to the browser, to the terminal. We're gonna have an empty array, which we have here. We have an empty array, right? So that's good. Now, so right now, I'm gonna come down here in this div. I'm gonna say if searched products, if searched products dot length, if it is greater than 0, right? If it is greater than 0, then we are going to do this. Then we are going to simply map through. We're going to map through searched products. We're going to map through. We're going to map through it, right? We're going to say search product.map. So we're going to have access to the individual products, right? And then we're going to simply render out the products. This product card. And right now you can see now. Okay, let's import it. Control and period. So have it imported. See, already passing the key, already passing the product, right? So we need this too. This time, if you remember from the product card we used on the home page, it's expecting you to pass in the product prop. And now we've already passed that in. So let's import the product card now. Control and period, add imports. Yep, so this should be fine. So this is for the if this is greater than 0, right? So right now I'm going to check if what we have is an empty array, we're going to return this text, right? This text, we're going to simply return it. Let me just save my work. So here's how it's going to be. So right now I'm going to just pass in a type for products. It's going to be of type products. That's it. So we've got this now done. Let's see what it's going to look like. So right now we have no products. There's no products matching this name. This is just a random string, right? So right now I'm going to search for, let's try searching for toys. So you might be wondering, how is this thing working? Don't forget, I already worked on the backend on a separate video. So I already worked on the backend on a separate video. So you can go learn how I built up the backend. I'm going to link the video in this video's description. So right now we got results for toys. And if you noticed, it took quite some time. So you have to add a loading effect. You have to add a loader in this time. It took quite some time. So back here, over to the search folder, I'm going to create a new file called loading.txx. Right, I'm going to say refce. So right now I'm going to use the same loader I used on the home page. You remember on the home page, there was this loader for the product session, right? So I'm going to use the same components. All right, for the loader of the search bar. You understand? So over here, let's just do this. So let's import it, control and period. So add it, yeah, that's the import there. I noticed some error here. Let's see. Similar field is missing in type. No, I'm going to check why we're having this. Why we are having. Let's open it now. Similar products. I think this should be. This might have to be. Yeah, this might have to be. We might have to make it optional. I hope it works. Let's see. Okay, it works. Yeah, so we made it optional. So that's it. Okay, so now back here, let's search for clothes. Uh, clothes is not. Let's search for electronics. Hit enter. Okay, it's working, but there's something I'm expecting. To the home page now, search for click on the search icon. It is not even showing us the loader we added. Over to our search, it's called loading.cxx. It's meant to just give us a glimpse. Okay, now you can see our search is working, the search bar is working. Instance, so you can search for items and then you get it returned to you. Right, so I think we're done with this episode, but there is one more challenge. There's a challenge now. We are meant to, I don't know, I think we have to remove this. Whenever we're on a different page, we have to remove this text because it stays. Because you can say it's staying throughout the text in the search bar does not disappear. So I think I'll find a way to fix it. So I think we are done now. We've covered the search. You get, so we'll see you again in the next episode. So see you there. Okay guys, so right now it's time for us to collect payments with Stripe. You understand? So we're going to use Stripe as the payment gateway. So go over to our cart page now. So right now we can add items to carts. We can update cart items quantity. So I think it's time for us to proceed to payments. So how do you make payments? Before you can make payments, you have to click on this button that says proceed to checkout. So once you click on the button, you're going to get redirected to Stripe's payments page, and there you can make your payments. You get, so but here is one thing: you can only proceed to payments when you are logged in. So if you are logged in, you'll be able to proceed to checkout. You get, but if you are not, you are going to have this button disabled. You get, so I'm also going to check if you have some items in your cart. If there are items in your cart for you to pay for, you can proceed to checkout. If not, you have the button disabled. So right now, let's implement that feature first. You understand? So back to our code here. So we're going to go over to the cart page now. To the cart item page. This is the cart item page, right? So let's get to it now. So open the app folder, open the cart folder, then the cart code, then page.txx. So currently we're on this page now, so we have to check in for the logged in user I get. So let me remove auth for now. So we have to check in for the logged in user I get. So I'm going to come over here and say const session should be equal to await auth. So remember, this is how we do it, right? So I want to get the email. I'm going to say const logged in user email should be equal to, I'm going to say session, then we'll say .user .email. So right now we've got the logged in user, right? So we're going to pass this as a prop to the cart summary. That's where the button is. So I'll pass it here. So I have to receive this prop instead of cart summary. Let's go into cart summary now. Receive the prop. It's called logged in user email. So remember, this email can either be a string, it can then be null or undefined. So now we've got the logged in user email. So what's the next thing? So here's the button. Here's the button, right? So I'm going to copy this email now. I'm going to say this button is going to be disabled. It's going to be disabled. We are going to add it. We are going to add the disabled prop to this button, right? And I'm going to say boolean. Now pasting the logged in user email. So currently, if the logged in user email is null or undefined, this boolean is going to convert that the null or undefined to false. You understand? So we're going to have disabled equal to false. But that's not what we want. We want to make sure that when the value is null or undefined, we want to make the button, right? For example, if you say boolean null, let's assume logged in user email is undefined. Let's assume it is undefined. Boolean converts the undefined to false. And right now, if we have false in this parent, if there is false in this, okay, so if you have the value of false in these curly braces, we are going to have disabled equal to false. And if disabled is false, that means the button is clickable. So what do we have to do now? So we have to convert all false value to true and all true values to false. So if this value is false, we have to convert it to true. So how do you convert it to true? By putting in the boolean, by putting in the negate operator there. So if the logged in user email is null or undefined, we are going to have boolean convert the null value to false. You get, so, and with the help of this negate operator, it's going to help us negate whatever the boolean value gives us. Hope you understand. So with this now, we're going to have the button disabled if you're not logged in. You understand? One more thing again. So over here now, I'm going to come over here now. I'm going to change this value. So I'll come over. I'll say if logged in user email is, if it has a value, I'm going to just say proceed to checkout. If it has a value, say proceed to checkout. If it does not have any, if the value is null or undefined, I'm going to just say login to proceed with checkout, right? Is that English correct? Login to proceed with checkout. Proceed to checkout. Okay, anyhow, let's okay now. Here's what we are going to have. And one more thing again. One more thing. Now we are going to check if the user has added some items. Has some items in his cart. If you have no items in your cart, you can't pay for nothing. You get, so up here. So how do we do that now? Remember, we have the total sum. We have the total right now. We have the total value here. We have the total value. So I'm going to check if this value is less than 0. You can't proceed to payment. So I'm going to come over here and say if total, let me just see if it is less than 10, because on the site there is no product that is less than, on the website there is no price of a product that is below $20. So if your total is less than 10, that means there is nothing in your cart. You get, so let me just put in the or operator. So now this is going to help us disable. If you're not logged in, button will get disabled. If you have nothing in your cart, if your cart is empty, the button also gets disabled. So we can make this 0. But why I use 10? Because on the website all items cost more than $10. Every single item is more than $10. You get, so right to our browser now. So I can see now the value has changed, the text has changed because this user is not logged in. You understand? So that's it. So if I log in now, let's log in. So currently I'm logged in, right? So let's get back here. Click on the cart icon, over to the cart page. So you can see now the button is back. So right now I'm going to clear out my carts. Let's clear this out. So my cart is now empty, and you can see now the button is now disabled. You see, I have to have some items in my cart before I can make payments. Okay, so right now let's integrate the payment right away. But there is something I also have to tell you now. So we've been using the local host. We've been using on this project. We've stuck with the we've been using the local host in the sense. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Back to the API.txt file. up here, you can see now we are consuming the endpoints from the browse from the local host from the development server. You understand? But right now, once to integrate payments, we have to use a live URL because Stripe does not support the use of local host natively. It supports it, but you need to do some extra configuration, and I did not do that. So, how to deploy the project, how to deploy the backend. So, we're going to use a backend URL to integrate this payment. We're going to switch from the local to the live backend URL to integrate the payment. You understand? So you have to change this URL to a live backend URL. You get? So how do we do that? I hope you know that already. So we check it right now to the README file. If you scroll to the top, you're gonna see we have the live backend URL. Here it is. So I'll copy this. So back to our code here. So I'm gonna replace the base URL with what I just copied. Yep, so I'm going to call this base URL. Let's call this base URL. So yep, so now currently now this is our new, here's our new URL. So right now we're using the live URL. So understand? So what we have in development is what we have up there in production. You understand? I didn't change anything, so I just pushed it. I just pushed everything to production. You understand? So now we're on the live URL. You get? So right now for what we've done here now, so we have to go over to our to the next config file, next config.ts file. We have to let Next.js know about this new URL, because if you don't, go over to the page now, you're going to see some errors. Go to the home page, it's going to throw an error. You can see now it's completely, because we have to add this new URL to, we have to add it to the next config file because it's important we do so. You get? So back here, to serve your image, to display the images, Next.js has to know about the URL where the image is coming from. You get? So back here, so we're going to add a new object. So add the comma, enter, and then paste. So I'm going to add, it's going to be, so here's the URL. Copy this now. Yeah, copy this. And we have to use HTTPS for the protocol. HTTPS, you understand? So I'm going to paste that new URL here and add X here. So this should fix everything. It should be good now. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so right now we are back again. Our products are back again. So our images are back. The site is back again. So to make payments, you can see now we switched to a different URL. So now we have to add to cart. We switched to a different backend URL to the live one. So we have to add items again to carts. So let's add items to cart again. So let's pick some products. So I always recommend, if you are going live, use the Postgres database. Don't worry, before I publish this e-commerce tutorial, I'm going to make a video on how you can configure, on how you can use Railway on how you can create a Postgres database for your applications, a Postgres database for free for your applications. I'm going to make a video on that before I publish this full e-commerce video. You understand? So right now, let's add this to cart. Add to carts. So let's add something else to carts. Let's pick this. Add to carts. So it's been added. Let's add this one, and then add to carts. Okay, now we have 3 items in our cart, right? So that's good. So now let me show you from the backend end, from the API to make payments. Here it is. Before you can make payments now, we need the cart code and the email of the user. You understand? The logged in user email. These are the 2 stuff to make payments. So let's go write our APIs for that. So remember, that should be in the api.txt file. Right, I'm going to just come over here. I'm going to add a new function. So over here, I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say initiate payments. Initiate payments. I think I'm going to just call this payments info. and it's going to be of type email, which is of type string, null, or undefined. That's because, understand, I hope you know why, because, and then we're going to have the cat code, which is of type string or null. It's of type string or null. So now we code that already. So now I'm going to say try catch. I'm going to say const response should be equal to await API dot post. So here's the endpoints now. Let's check what the endpoint is, because it's called create cat session. We'll copy. So if you want to learn how I configured Stripe on the backend, you can always go watch the backend video of this e-commerce site. I'm going to drop the link in this video's description, and the video is timestamped to get, so you can always go. You can always click on the particular segment you want to watch. You don't have to watch the entire video. You pick the particular segments you want to watch, and then you get to know how I configure Stripe on the backend in this time, because everything payment has to happen on the back end, not on the front end. If it's on the front end, people can come here and they can always find their way to to change to configure things their own way. But if it is not on the back end, they can't have access to it. If it is on the back end, you get. So right now, let's add the endpoints. So I'm going to add the payment info as the object you need to pass. So then we're going to say return response or data, return response the data, and over here we're going to have the catch block. Let me just copy this. I'm trying to save time here. Hope I copied the right stuff. This is it. Then this should be the catch block. So I think we are making progress. Okay, so back to our cat summary page. So here's where we have to call the function. So right now I'm going to just come over here. I'm going to say async handle initiate payments. So first thing first, what are we going to do? So it should be called async function, right? So right now, let's get our objects. Let's get the object we passed here. This payment info, we have to get it. So I'm going to say const pay info, const payments info. Remember, it consists of the email, the logged in user email. Where is it again? I thought that, okay, here it is, logged in user email. And the cat code. So we're going to get cat code from the use cards context. So up here, I could just come here and just say const. I'm going to say equal to use cards. Come on, use cards. So then we're going to get the cat codes from use cards. Now pass that here. Okay, so then I'm going to say try. Let's add the try catch. I'm going to say const response should be equal to await initiate payments. Is that what I call initiate payments? It's not coming up. Where is it? Initiate payments. It's not being suggested. Let me just copy and paste it, and I'll pass the payment info as the object. Right now I'm going to just say let's just say return. Should we say return? Let me just say console.log response. Let's see what the response looks like. Console.log response. So for the catch block, let me just copy this and paste it here for the catch. So paste that here. Yep, so now this is called, let's import the initiate function from API.tx, from the API.tx file. Click on it and hold down Control and period. So here's the add imports. So now I'm going to copy this, copy, We're going to call this function whenever we click on the button. And here's the button here. So I have to pass a prop here called undo click. It should be equal to this. So I have to add a loading event, a loader. I'm going to just say const initiate payment. I'm going to call it initiate payment loader. Initiate payment loader should be equal. I'm going to say set initiate payment loader. Initiate payment loader, right? And we're gonna have false as a default value, right? So we're gonna copy this now. So when the function gets invoked, we're gonna just set this to true. We're gonna have the final. We're gonna have the finally block. So this finally is gonna this block is gonna get executed when the API call is done. So we're gonna set the value back to false instead. So we'll copy this initiate payment loader, copy it, and just down here, something is wrong. We're having this red sign here. Let's proceed first. But we'll come back to this now. So I'm going to say if this value is true, the initiate payment loader, the value is true. Right now, I want to change this to if the value is true. I want to just say redirecting to Stripe, redirecting to Stripe, right? So else we're going to stick with proceed to checkout instead. So that's how it should be done. And we also want the value. We also want the button to be disabled. So I'm going to come over here and add it we're going to add it over here too. So if the value is true, the button will be disabled. You get, so that's how it's done. So back to our api.txt file. I thought I need everything looks correct here, but I don't know why it's still complaining about the type not being. It's saying that the type is not correct. What I did here seems correct. Okay, so I've seen the mistake. Here. So right here it is called cat code. It is meant to be called. If you check here on the back end, we called it cat underscore code. Cat underscore code, and we call it email. You understand? But over here now, check my code now. In the api.txt file, I still call this email and cat code. These are the correct names. You must always use the name. The name must be the same. You can see on the back end it's expecting this word cat underscore code and then email. This is how it is expecting it. You get so but over here now I use the same. I use right now. I'm correct over here, right? I'm correct here. I still use the same name, email, and cat underscore code. But over here, I changed everything. I called it logged in user email and cat code. This is not meant to be. This is meant to stick to the name that it is expecting on the back end. It is expecting the word email and cat underscore code. But here, I am passing a different name. So how do we correct this? It's simple. We're gonna come over here. So I'm gonna call this email. I'm gonna do it like this, and then I'm gonna call this cat underscore code. So if you're not sticking to the name, if you're not sticking to the name, you have to then do it like this. Let's the code know that okay, email is actually this value, and cat underscore code is actually this value. Open the stand. So I think you can proceed now. We can proceed. Let's see if it's gonna work. So back to the cart page, let's try and make payments. And I really hope it works straight up. So we're having an error on the order summary page. Okay, that's because we have to convert this to a client component. That's because you can see here we are using use state. Use state is from the React hook, and React hooks can only be used on client components. The same thing with our use cards. It's also meant to be on a client component. So how do we do? Or over to the top now. So I'm going to just add use clients. So that's it. Okay, so right now we can proceed to checkout. We have some items in the carts. We are logged in. So click on the button. It says redirecting to Stripe. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Remember, I did something here. I have to say console.log the response. Where is it? I want to see what the response looks like. Let's go over to the browser's console. Okay, we have a response returned. Here it is. This object you see here. Let's open it. So it also has a data. So okay, let's open data. So right now, once to redirect to this URL you see here, wants to redirect to this URL. This is the URL where Stripe will ask for your credit card information. You understand? So right now, I'm gonna say over here. I'll just simply just say window dot location dot href should be equal to response dot data dot url. So this is what we need to do. You get? So my PC looks a bit dull. I don't. Okay, it's not. Okay, now we have to redirect to this URL. So that's what we need to do. If we check code closely, we have this object, and the object we have another object inside the object called data. So in the data object, that's what we need to. And in the data object, we have a property called URL. We get, so we have to redirect the user to that URL. Hope you understand. So let's see if it's going to work this time. Click on it again, redirecting to Stripe. And right now we are getting redirected to Stripe. You understand? So cool. So now we're on Stripe now. It has got our email. Right now you can see what we have here. We have the American strawberry, we have the fried fish, we have the macaroni, and we have our $5 VAT fee. Hope you understand. So currently we're on test mode. So Stripe has a test card you can use. So right now let's make it much more. Let's do something much more. Let's increase the quantity of items we have. Let's increase it. Okay, okay. So right now, so I'm gonna make this three updates. Come on, updates. Let's make this two updates, and this should be also be two updates. So yeah. So now we have 7 items in our carts. I think that's correct. 3 plus 2 plus 2, that's 7. So let's proceed. And let's see what you can see now. It tells us, right now on Stripe now we get to know the number of items we have, number of each item you get. So that's cool, right? So if you want to learn how I configure Stripe, you can go watch the backend tutorial where I taught how I configure Stripe to work. You understand? So now right now we're gonna we're gonna say Stripe. Right now I want to get Stripe test keys. So we're going to use Stripe test keys to test this payment. I was meant to say Stripe test card, not keys. Stripe test card. So click on the first one. So we have this test number. Just copy this card number. Copy, come on. So I'll copy this. Trying to highlight it, but copy. So you can say here, says use a valid future date. You can use any 3-digit CVC. Understand? So all this. So now right now we're going to paste the card number here, and over here it says we can use a valid future date, a date in the future. So I'm going to just put this and any random numbers here, any random 3 numbers. You can see this. It is stated here. You can see it here, and then putting the name on the card. I'll just put in John Doe, the popular John Doe. Everyone knows John Doe, right? And then we can make payment. Click on pay. You can see it's processing. And right now we're going to get redirected. We're going to get redirected to a new page, to another page. But currently we don't have the page on the website. The page is called success. It's called /success, right? But right now we don't have the success page on our site. You understand? But so right now we already have a new, right now we've made payment. Okay, so right now let's go create this success page. But before we do that, I want to show you guys something that's, let me show you guys that right now a new order has been created for the user. A new order, an order is created for you when you've, so when you successfully make payments, when you pay for the items you bought, you have an order created for you. So right now, let's check out the order. Let's see what the order is in the Django admin. So click on orders. We should have a new order created. Let's click on this. Cool. We have a new order created now. This is the username. This is the click. This is the email of the user. This logged in user. This user we have here. This is his email, right? So we have this order created for the user. Perfect. So but right now, whenever you make payments, we have to. I want to show the success page. If the payment is successful, if the payment was successful, we have to see the success page. So right now, let's go create. So right now, we're going to create the success page. So over here, I'm going to add a new folder in the app folder. Create a new folder called success now, and then I'm going to create a new file called page.txx. So right now I have the code in the Shopit. I have the code already in my Shopit code. I'm going to get the code now. So in the components folder, I have this code. Don't worry, I'm gonna provide you guys with the source code, but it's not free. Hope you understand. It's not free. It's gonna go for, let's proceed. So right now I have this success message now. I'll copy the content, just some styled up content. So just copy it. Just copy, Control C. So I'll come over here. I can paste, can just say REFCE, and then I'll paste what I just copied. I can paste everything here. It's just some random content. This is your success page. So let's import link. Hold down Control and period to import link from Nest link, not from Lucid React, from Nest link. So when the user pays for an item now, we're going to see the success page. You understand? So if we check closely on the back end, this is where we set the success. Let me show you where, this is where I had to add the success page. Let me show you. When the user makes payments, you can see it here. This is the success URL, and this is the failed URL. Let's assume you were trying to make payments and it was not successful. You're going to get redirected to the failed URL. You get, so but right now, let's see. Boom. So once you make payments now, you're going to see this page that tells you thank you for your purchase. You can either continue shopping or you can view your order. So to view your order, you get redirected. To view your order, you're going to get redirected to your profile. You're going to get redirected to your profile page. And to continue shopping, you're going to get redirected to the home page. You understand? So that's how it is. And now if I click on view order, you're going to go over to the profile page, and on the profile page you're going to see all your orders. You're going to see the items you added to your wish list. You get, so you're getting there very soon. So currently, here's our profile page. I think Next.js needs to work on their routing. It takes time to route. What's this? So here's your order page. You're going to get here very soon. So okay, let me quickly add up the contents for the failed. Let's assume the payment was not successful. We have to show something. So I'll copy this. Let me just copy this. Copy and then back here. I'm going to add a new folder called failed. And then in it, I'm going to add a new file called page.txx. So I'm going to say REFCE. Come on, REFCE. And then I'll paste in this. So that's it. We might have to import link. Hold on control, click on it, hold on control and period. Yep, so let's import this triangle from Lucid React, control and period. So yeah, so if the payment was not successful, you're gonna get the failed page. So let's see what it looks like. Let's see what the failed page looks like. Go down to /failed. Okay, here's what the page looks like. So something is wrong here. So let's see. Okay, I imported link from the wrong place. It's meant to come from Lucid React. So click on this. It's meant to come from Nest link rather. Nest link, yep. So it should be fine now. To the browser, let's see what we have. Okay, so right now, I think I'm making huge progress. So now we're gonna try adding to cart again. We're gonna try making payment again. So let's go back to. So I'm gonna pick. Let's pick some clothes items, some clothings. So come on. We're gonna add this to carts. Add to cart, right? It's taking quite some time to load the images. That's because now we're on a live server, we're on a live backend URL we get. So I'm gonna pick this. Let's add this to carts. Add to carts. What else are we gonna pick? Should we show the picture? I need to make sure the picture. Okay, pictures are showing. So let's add this to carts. The Gucci clothing sets. Add to carts. Let's add this to carts. Okay, now we have 3 items in our cart. So over to the carts now. So you can increase your quantity. Update if you want to. It's not a must. You must increase the quantity. So now we can proceed to checkout. Okay, proceed to checkout. Let's make payments. So currently we are on Stripe's test mode. So you can decide to go live instead. You can decide to go live and collect payments in real time instead. So I'm gonna add my credit. I'm gonna add our right now. Here's our credit card number. Then we're gonna add a date in the future, and the CVC was just any 3 random numbers. I can click on pay. So it's processing the payment. And if it is successful, we are going to come to the success page. Boom. So our payment has been made, it was successfully made. Right. So now it's time for us to go see our orders. Let's see what we put. So right now, let's go see what we purchased instead. So and we can only see that on the profile. You can click on view order, or you can click on your profile name up here. So currently there are no orders. That's because we haven't fetched them yet. So let's go fetch some orders that we've made. Okay, so right now you've made your payments, you've made your purchase, so it's time for you to see the orders. It's time for you to see your orders, right? So let's go add it. So back to our API, back to our documentation. Here we have let's see what we have. I'm trying to find out, I'm trying to look up the endpoints. Yeah, it is here. It's called orders. So once you get the orders, here's the endpoints. So let's go call this endpoints. So back here, I'm gonna say exports async function. I'll say get orders. So we are going to pass in the email of the user. It's called function. I'm going to pass in the email of the user. It's going to be a string value. It's going to be string. Remember that email can be string. It can be null. It can also be undefined. Right. So right now, I'm going to just say if email has a value, if email, that's important. Then we're going to have our try block. Right. They're going to say const response should be equal to await API dot get. Here's the endpoint. Let's see what it looks like again. Copy this. So this email we have here, we're going to pass in the email we have up here. We're going to say return response dot data. So we're going to copy this part for the catch block. Oh, I didn't copy it. Ctrl Z. Copy. Yep, so we've got this done. Okay, so what's the next thing to do? So back to our profile page. So our profile. So we're gonna call this function. Here is it again. This get orders. We're gonna call it in the profile page, but not really in the profile page. We're gonna call it inside of order container. Open order container. We're gonna call the function inside here. So I'm gonna say async. I'm gonna say const orders. Const orders should be equal to await API.get. Sorry, await get orders. Get orders. Yep. So await get orders. So how do we get the email of the logged in user? So right now I can remove this. So right now what we are seeing here is we are seeing if there is no order, we are going to show. Let me show you. If there is no order, we are going to show this message here. No orders yet, right? If there is no order for you, you get. So, and right over here, if you have no wish list, we are going to show this message. So that's what is happening here. If there is no order, we display this message for you. But if you have some orders, we're going to have your orders displayed for you. Hope you understand. So back here, I'm going to remove this const. Let's remove this. Right now, we're going to remove the second line. Yeah. So let's get our email. So we're going to say concession should be equal to await auth. So and then let's going to say const logged in user email should be equal to session dot user dot email. So we've got that. Okay, so I'm going to pass logged in user email, pass it inside here. That should work. So let's import auths. Click on it and hold down Control and period to have auths imported. So yep, so we've got that now. So I'm going to say console.log. I want to see what the orders looks like. I'm going to say console.log. .log. I'll say my orders. Let me just say orders. So let's see what the orders looks like. It's the browser. Come on, refresh. Next.js needs to work on your routing. It is quite slow. You need to work on it. So you're making some headways. So let's see what the orders look. So right now we have some orders. You can see the information here. The info has changed. Before it was saying no orders yet. So let's inspect and see what it looks like. We can also find it on the server, on the terminal. You can see what our orders looks like. That's the ID. That's the sense. So right now I want to simply, okay, so let's go declare the type right away, the type of the order. So that should be in the types.txt file. So over here I'll say exports interface order type, exports interface order type. So it has an ID which is a number. It has a stripe checkout ID, stripe underscore checkouts. underscore ID, and that is a string. It also has the amount. The amount is also going to be a number. We have the items, so we are going to check what the items is, but not now. We're going to check what it is. It's going to be an array of objects. So for now, we are going to come back to it. So we have the status. The status is of the string, and we have the created at is also a string, right? Cool. So now let's go get our order item type, which is this object we have in this array, right? So I'll say export interface order item type. So let's see what it. So right now we can't see what it. Okay, I can. Okay, click on it and open it. Let's see if we can open it. It's not gonna. It's not opening. So you can see it on the browser's console. Let's go to the console. We should be able to see it there. Yeah, you can see it up here. My orders. It's an array of objects. So let's open it. We have the object now, ID stripe checkout ID. So my consign is the items. The items here. Here's the items now. It's an array. Let's see the object it carries. Okay, let's see the object. The object has an ID of 5. It has the quantity. We don't need the quantity here. We need the ID and the product. So right now, I think it has 3 fields: the ID, quantity, and products. But currently, we only need the ID and the products. We don't need the quantity. And okay, let's go add it now. It has the ID. ID is of type number. It also has quantity, but we don't need quantity. So we're gonna use only the use the products. And let's see what the product field has. Let's see what it has. The product now has an ID. It has the name. So it has the ID, the name, the image, the price, and the slug. So we already have this type already. We have this type already. We have it, and that's the product type. If you check up here, this is the ID, the name, slug, image, and price. And the same thing we have here, the ID, the image, name, price, and slug. So over here, this should be of type products. And here now we're going to come over here and say items is of type order item type array. It's as simple as that. So right now here's our order type. It has been declared. It has been done. So back here, back to the order container. Back to the order container. Let me change this to that's line. Okay, let's add this and a pause. To fix this red line, we have to replace this apostrophe with an a pause semicolon and a pause then semicolon. There's it and a pause then semicolon. Yeah. So now right now so we have our orders. So we're gonna loop through this individual order. So let me just get only one of it. So we're going to loop through it individual order because a user can have multiple orders. So I'm going to say orders.map. I'm going to say order is of type order type, if you remember. So copy this. So we have to pass the key prop. It's going to be equal to order.id. And now I'm going to pass the individual order. Yep, so now let's go over to the individual order now and receive the order prop. I'm going to say order, which is of type. I'm going to say order is of type order type. Okay, now, so right now let's display the information we need to display. So over here, I'm going to simply put in the order checkout ID. So I'm going to say order dots. It's called stripe checkout ID. And over here, for the time the order was created, I'm going to come over here. Remember, we have a function that is called time ago. Time ago. This time ago tells us how long the order has been created. Time ago, right? So I'm going to come over here and say order dots created at. So let's see what the order looks like. Let's see to the browser. Let's see what the page looks like now. Because now we have something is not right yet. Cool. So we have the order ID. This is a particular order. It was created 37 minutes ago. If you scroll through this, we have another order. If you understand, if you scroll through this, there's another order 20 that was created 26 minutes ago. Right? So we have so this user now has two orders. He has made payments. He has purchased he has made payments twice on this website and he has two orders. So I want to simply shrink this. This is too long. I'm going to return only the first 12 characters. It's going to be here. I'm going to say order.stripe checkout dot slice. I'm going to say 0 to 12. So it's going to reduce the length. That's too long. So we're going to have the length reduced. So what's the next thing now? So I want to go list out the order items, and that's where this comes in. Understand? So the order items over here, I'll say const order items should be. But back to the order container, I remember something. So I want to make sure that if you have no orders, and also if your orders length, let's say you have an empty array, if your orders array is empty, and so if orders dot length, if it is equal to 0, please just we're going to just simply show you it's called orders. We're going to just simply show you this component that says no orders yet. Hope you understand. So back to the individual order. So I'm going to say order items is going to be equal to order dot items. So that's what we have on the page. This you can see now it has been reduced. Perfect. So order dot items. So we want to go display this order items, right? So back here, we're going to say order. We're going to copy the order items. We're going to loop through that components. So I'm going to say order items dot map. So we're going to say order item. That's for the individual order item. So copy this mini product, copy this components. Now paste it here. So we are going to have the key prop equal to order item dot id. Then we are going to pass in the actual order item as a prop. It'll be equal to, I can just call this item should be equal to order item, right? So we're going to go over to this mini product. We're going to go over to this component and then receive the item. So let's receive it here. So I'm going to say item. It's going to be of type item. It's of order item prop. It's of order item. Order item type. So over here, we're going to replace this now. So I'm going to say if item dot product dot image. Let me just add this. Let's add the optional chaining. If this is true, if this value is true, if what we have here is true, I'm going to simply display this. I'm going to say base underscore URL, and then I'm gonna say item dot products dot image, else we are going to display this default picture we have here. Hope you understand. So this should work. So as for the product's name, we're going to come over here and add that. So we're going to say item dot product dot name. And now as for the product's price, we'll come over here. So say item dot product dot price. Good, right? So I think we are done with the order section. So we are done with it. Okay, so cool. Right, so that's nice. So here is this user. I can see we have his orders here. These are the items he has purchased. You can see we have the order ID. So I think we are making each progress now. So right now, let's go display the wish list. Let's go display it next. Okay, so right now it's time to go fetch the user's wish list, the items he has added to his wish list. You get, so here's the endpoint. Let's see what it looks like. That should be here. Wish list, where you can see here it is. It is similar to the get orders endpoint, very similar. So back here, over to the api.txt file, I'll simply copy this, paste it here. So I'm going to call this get wish list, and then we're expecting the email. Yep, so this is going to be called my wish list. So back here, I'll replace get orders to my wish list. Yep, so this is basically, so we have a new endpoint, we have the new function now, get wish list. So where are we going to call this? We're going to call this inside of the wish list section. So call it inside here. So first and first, I'm going to say async. So we need to get the logged in user. I'm going to say const session should be equal to await alt. So just as for me, let me import it. Yep. And then I'm going to say const wish lists. So you can move the other line beneath. So if your wish list is undefined or null, we are going to have this section that says your wish list is empty. I'm sure you've seen it on the screen. You've seen what it looks like, right? So I'm going to say wish list should be equal to await get wish list. So we need to get the email of the user. I'm going to say const email should be equal to, we just say session, then dot user, then dot email. So passing the email over here. So right now I'm just going to say console.log I'm going to say my wish list. Let's see what it looks like. Before you do that, I'm going to just simply console this out. I'm just going to comment this. I'm back here. We have to go add some items to our wish list. So let's go add items to the wish list. I think we're having a little error. It should be coming from the mini product card. It should be coming from here. Mini product card. I think. Let's just add. I'm just gonna put this question mark. Because you can see it's complaining about the mini product card. It's saying that it cannot read properties of undefined. Right, so I'm just gonna add the question mark, the optional chaining, first. Let's just add it and be sure that we are good to go. Where is this coming from? Let me see the let me see the terminal. Let's see what the terminal says. Let's see. Okay, for the price, I've done that. It should be fine now. Refresh. It's complained about the price. It's complained about the name. It's just the price and the name, and I've refreshed. Okay, it's back again. So as I was saying, now let's go add some items to our wish list. Let's go add some items to the wish list, right? So pick some items now. Click on this simple videography set. Come on. So I'm going to click add to wish list. It's updating. It has been added. So I'm going to add something else. Let's add this gaming pad. So I'm going to add this. Come on, it has been added, right? Let's add one more. Let's add the wristwatch, right? And add to wish list. It's adding up. It has been added. So now let's go fetch this wish list. Let's see what it looks like. So back to our terminal. We should have some things rendered for us. Cool, you can see what we have. We have the wish list. You can see it now. It has the ID type. We are going to ignore the user. So we ignore the user. Here is it again. So we have the IDs. We are going to ignore the user. We don't need the user. And then we have the products and created. Right? So what do we need now? We need the ID and the products. Most important. We need the ID and the products. We don't need the created. No, we don't need that. So back here, let's go quick. Right now, I'm going to go over to our types.tx, and I'll say export interface wish list type, right? It has the ID. The ID is a number, and the product is of type products. So we are going to ignore the created. We don't need it. We're also going to ignore the user because we don't need them. So back here, so we've got our wish list now. So what do I do? So I'll come over here and copy this wish list. I'll come here. Then I'm going to say wish list dot map. I'm going to say wish list as an individual list wish list. And then we're going to get this mini product card, the mini product card, cut it and then paste here. It's going to have the key prop. It's going to be of type, it's going to be of wish list dot ID. We're going to pass in the item prop. It's going to be equal to wish list. So that is it. So right now we have to give wish list. We're going to say wish list. We're going to say wish list is of type wish list type. Hope you get. So we've got this done now. If you go down to your browser, you're going to see we have your wish list fetched. You can see these are the products you added to your wish list. You get. So that's it now. So one more thing again. I want to right now. I'm going to simply add some. We are going to make this button. This button will always be visible whenever you access this page. Once you only load up this part, load them up. This purchased orders and the wish list, but the button will always remain statically fixed here. You understand? So we are going to add address in the next episode. We are going to add the user's shipping address in the next episode. But for now, let's go display. Let's simply add some suspense, whereby if you come down if you come over to the profile page, there's going to be a loading effect on the order container and the wish list container. You understand? So let's add that. So I think you remember we're going to use suspense over to your profile page where you show yourself. So you're going to add some suspense here. So I'm going to cover this. I'm going to say suspense comes from React. I think it has a fallback prop. It's going to be equal to, we're going to call the product section skeleton as a fallback prop. Alright, I'll copy this other container inside of it. Do the same thing over here. We're going to say suspense. Then we're going to add a fallback prop. Fallback, that's going to be equal to the product section skeleton. Now copy this and it should be right in here. Yep, so we've got this now. One more thing again, I want to make sure that if you're not logged in, I'm going to come here and say if not session, if you're not logged in, you can't access the profile page. I'm going to say if not section, simply redirect to the home page. If you're not logged in, you can't access the profile page. Hope you understand. So that should be it. So back here, I'm going to comment this out to the browser. Cool. So if I refresh this, let's see, we can see now we can see now this is the loading effect. It only affects the orders, it does not affect the entire page. Try it again. It doesn't affect the entire page, only affects where items are being fetched. You get. So that's how it's meant to be. So in the next episode, I'm going to show you how we can add the user's shipping address. Understand? So if you purchase some items, you are meant to have the items shipped to you. So you're going to collect your shipping address in the next episode. So see you there. Okay, so right now we're going to collect user's address. Understand? So if you purchase an item, we have to know where we are going to ship the product to. You understand? So we have to collect your address. Understand? So that's going to be on the profile page. It's going to be here. So we are going to have a modal we are going to have a modal form that's going to pop up when you click on this button. A modal is meant to pop up so you can input your address, your street, your city, your state, and your phone number. So let's add the feature right away. So back to our code now. We have a modal. We have a modal here. Open the UI components. We have this modal, right? So this modal is going to also help us trigger the address form. Understand? So what do we do? So as usual, we're going to add a new prop. I'm going to call this prop update address. Let's call it add address or address form. Let's say address form, right? So it's going to be a boolean value and it's going to be optional. So you're going to have type boolean. So yeah, so we've got the address form there. So now we have to pass the address form over here too. Yep, address form. So we've got this. Okay, now so what's the next thing now? So so remember we have the button on the profile page. So we are going to bring that button to this modal. Understand? So I'm going to get the button from the profile page. This button you see here. Let's get it. Over to the profile page. Where are you, profile? So we'll get this button. Just copy, Control C. Yeah, back to the modal. So over here, I'm going to say, I'll say if address form. Yeah, if address form Come on, address form. If address form, give me the address button. Else display the normal click to add a review button. I think my text is too small. Okay, I think it's bigger, better now. So I said if address form, show me the address button. Else you can bring up the click to add a review button. So we also have the updates review modal button up here. So you can place it anywhere you like, but just make sure you're passing the right conditions. Hope you understand. So now we've got this now. So what's next? So I can simply come over to the profile page now, and then replace the button with the modal, right? So I'm gonna have the modal here, right? So that's it. We're gonna have the modal. So we have to pass in this. We have to pass in this prop. What's the name of the prop? Is called address form. So it's gonna be a boolean value. Passing the form here. Yeah, we're gonna pass in the modal address form. So one thing is left. We have to go create our address form. Control and period. We have to import modal. We have to go create our address form because this modal is going to wrap. It's meant to wrap. It's meant to have a child component, a child prop. Is a child in this time. Because if you check here, it's expecting you to pass it a child. Because if you have the children prop here, you get. So we're going to create the address form now. So back here, I'm going to create a new component in the order folder. I'm going to call it address form. You're going to say address form dot txx. I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on. So yep, so we've got the address form component now. So I'm going to get the code for the address form. I already have it in the Shopit code. So here it is up here. I'll just uncomment it. Let me just get the code and then we proceed. Ctrl C and I Ctrl Z back. So now I've got the code for the address form. Back to our code now. I'll paste it here. It's just a normal form, a basic form. So we have inputs coming from Shadcn. The input is coming from Shad. So we have to go to Shadcn now. I'm gonna say Shadcn UI. So we are going to look up the inputs components. So it's called inputs. Let's look for it on the left. Okay, so right now we have to install it. Copy this. Paste here. Let's open a new command prompt and then paste the install command. And we also import it. Here's the import statements. Copy. And back here we have to paste it. So right now we've got the input statement from Shadcn. Okay, so let's wait for the installation to get completed. Currently it's trying to install the component. Let's wait for it. So it's done installing. That's good. So over to the browser. Okay, so right now back to our code now. We have the address form, right? So the modal is meant to wrap up the address form, the modal on the profile page. So we have to pass in the address form inside here. Remember, that's what we did. Remember, we did the same thing for the review form. So we are going to pass in the address form here. Address, come on. Suggest this for me. Address form. And hit enter. So now, yep, so we've got the modal for the address form. So let's see what it looks like on the browser now. Click on the address, click on the button. Okay, it has not yet picked. Okay, yeah, you can see what it looks like. Perfect. These are so we have our address form wrapped inside the modal. But I'm going to tweak up the style. I don't like the way it's looking. So I'm going to, okay, it has a width of full. Okay, I'm going to go over to the modal. I have to give this modal some little padding. Understand? So I'm going to come over here. going to say class name. The padding on the modal is too much. The padding on the modal is too much. If you look here, the padding, you can see there's too much space all around. So I'm going to just say px2, and ps2 is for the left and right padding, while py2 is for the top and bottom padding. You get. So I think this should be better. I hope it makes it look better. It's not looking bad. I think it's better now. The space has reduced. It has reduced drag. So we have the modal form. So what next? I'm going to show you. So here's another thing now. So right now we have the modal. We have the modal here, right? So what? Something I'm thinking now. So I'm thinking the modal is a client component. The address form is also a client. It's also going to be a client component. So we also need to add. I also need what? I need the. Okay, so I was saying now. So I'm gonna put this in a. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put all of this in a server component. So that's because we are gonna perform some server side activities like fetching of data. So I don't want to fetch the data on the profile page. I have my reasons. I'm not sure if my reason is correct, but for now we are going to put this in a different server component to get this modal. So what do we do now? So over to our order folder inside of the components folder. I'm going to create a new file and I'll call it address form container. I'm going to say address form container .cxx. So yeah, we've got the address form container. I'm going to say rafce. Come on. Yep, so now that's it. So once you've gotten this now, what's the next phase? I'm going to get the modal. I'll copy this over. I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to paste it over here. So you have to import modal. Hold down control and period to import it. So let's import address from control and period. So when it's time for us to start deploying, when it's time for us to deploy the project, I'm going to explain something to you. Coming. So now we've got the address form set. We've got the address form container set now. So I'm going to put the address form container. I'm going to put it here now. It's called address form container. It's meant to suggest it for me. It's not suggesting. Hold on, control and period. Control period. Address from containers. Ouch. Let's spell it wrongly. Address. Oh, I spelled it. Okay, it's a single D. That was my mistake. Should I rename it? Let's rename it. It's meant to be double D. Right? Address. It's meant to be double D. I'm going to also update the name of the file. Rename the file. Should be double D. Enter. So that's all it's meant to be. Address form container. Back to the page now. Hold down control and period. So yep. So we've got the address form container. It's now in the profile page now. So yeah. So doing deployments, because right, when it's time for us to deploy the front end, we are gonna face some issues because of all these unused imports. You start with TypeScript, you're not meant to have unused imports. So if you have them, you have to just simply remove them. How do you remove them? You can simply hold down Alt Shift O. Hope I'm correct. Yeah, Alt Shift and O to remove the unused imports in all of your files. Understand? So you have to remove them. Because if you don't, you won't be able to deploy your application. It's going to complain about the unused imports. I should have said this earlier, but we are going to try our best and remove the unused imports in every of the files. Understand? So don't worry. When it's time for deployment, we are going to do it together. We are going to go through it together and we'll find the files that have the unused imports and then we remove them. So you got our address form container now. Here it is in the page, right? So if I come over here, if I click, it's looking good. So right now, let's go capture the user's address. Let's do that right away. Okay, so right now we want to capture the user's input. We want to get their address, we want to get their city, we want to get their state, we want to get their phone number. So let's go work on that. So back to our address form. So we're gonna have four states, right? So over here, I'm gonna say const state. So we're gonna then have set state, It's gonna be equal to use state, and then we're gonna have, so it's gonna be an empty. We are gonna have the value is gonna be an empty string at first. So I think I'll just copy this and then duplicate it multiple times. I'll just copy this and then do for the other fields. So we're gonna have the city, and I'm gonna say set city. We're gonna have the streets. I'll say set streets. We're gonna have we have state, city, street. I'm gonna have the phone number. And I'll say set phone. And here we're going to pass in the values now. For the state now, I'm going to say value should be equal to state, right? And we're going to add the unchanged. Now I'm going to say whenever so I'm going to add the unchanged events. So we're going to say set state should be equal to e.target.value. I'm going to have the city. I'm going to say value should be equal to city. Then we're going to say unchange. This unchange event helps to check when the user is typing in something into the field. So I'm going to say set city should be equal to e.target.value. So you need to know some React to write Next.js. You need to know some React, right? So I'm going to pass the event handler there. So I'm going to pass this is state. What did I pass before? This is meant to be streets, not states. Set streets. So we have state over here. I'm going to say value should be equal to state. I'm going to say unchange should be equal to, I'm going to say set state to e.target.value, right? And then lastly, we're going to capture the phone number. I'm going to say value should be equal to phone. And then we're going to say set phone. I'm going to say e then. I'm going to say, sorry, this is meant to be unchange. Unchange. And then we're going to say set phone. I'm going to say e.target.value. So perfect now. So I think now we've been able to capture we have been able to control the input field. Now we have it controlled. So this has to be a client component. So we have to go over to the top and then add this tag here, this directive called use clients. So yep, that's what it needs to be. So right now I have to go work on the back. Let's go work on calling the API. What's happening? So we're gonna work on, let me just try this. Okay, now each of the fields are able to capture our inputs. So perfect. So one more thing now. So I want to just add a condition. I'm gonna say function disable button, disable the submit button. I want to disable, look, we're gonna say disable button. So right now I'm gonna say if states dot trim dot length, if it is equal to 0. So what I'm trying to do is this. Now I want to make sure that this button will only be enabled when all the fields are being provided with value, when you provide the all fields with its value. For example, now I want to make sure this button is disabled by default. So once you open this form, the button is disabled. You can't submit the form unless you provide values for all the fields. Instead, even if you input empty space, it won't still enable the button. You must provide real values for each of the field. That's why I'm using the trim. That's why I had to use it. That's why I had to use trim here, because the trim is going to help us remove empty spaces. You get, so if you go over to the address form and you input empty space, you're not it is going to be invalid. You get, so you have to input real values, not empty space, and the values must all have something imputed in them. So I'm going to say if state.trim. So I added the trim there is to enable us to remove empty space. So if state.trim.length equal to 0, or if city.trim.length is equal to 0, or if street.trim.length is equal to 0, or if phone.trim.length is equal to 0. If any of this is true, I'm going to simply return true. Right, then or else return false. Right, so right now I'm going to call this function just here. I'll say disabled. So call the function here. So this is how it's meant to be. So now let's wait for it. Okay, now so for us to see the effect now, so we have to go over to the button now and add the disabled class. So I'm gonna say over here disabled. If the button is disabled, we are gonna simply give it an opacity of 50. And also gonna say if it is disabled, you're gonna simply prevent the click event. Gonna say cursor not allowed. If the button is disabled, you're gonna prevent the cursor. I'm gonna say cursor not allowed, and this should work. Cool. Instead, so nothing is provided in the form, so we have to provide a value in each of this. So oh no, it's not meant to come up. Okay, let's see. The phone is meant. Let's see what I did on the phone. I said state, city, street, phone. It's not meant to come active. It's not meant to be active yet. I don't think it's capturing the phone. The phone is not part of the condition. Let's see what I did here. Oh, sorry. I didn't put equal to 0. So this should now work. So now I can see it's disabled. Now even if I put in an empty space, it's still not gonna accept it until you put in an actual value. So now, yeah, so we've got that now. So what next? Let's go work on the API to help us add our address. So right now, let's work on the API that's gonna help us capture the address. I'm gonna go over to my api.txt file, to the lib folder, api.txt. I'm gonna add. Let's close the space here. So over here, I'm gonna say export. I'm gonna say export async function. I'm gonna say add address. So we're gonna say address data. We're gonna be passing an address data, and it's gonna be of type. If you check from the backend now, from the endpoint, to add an address, you have to pass in the email, the street, the city, and the phone. We also need, I've not yet pushed. We also need to add the state, right? So I have to push that to GitHub. I think I already added that in the README file. Let me just push this. The state is also important. You get, so don't worry. We're on local environment. There is no problem. Don't worry. We are going to proceed. So what I can simply do is now come back to the, so on the API on the API on this file now, I can simply switch to the backend URL, to the local development URL you get. So our local host is currently updated. You get, so just come over here and just say 127.0.0.1 but 8,000. Yep. So I think this should be fine now, because the reason for this is because the live URL has not yet been updated. So after this video, I'm going to push up the changes I made. So back here now, as I was saying now, our address data is going to consist of the email, the user's email, the street, city, state, and phone. So back here, I'm going to say I'm going to add the email. So the email is going to be the email of the logged in user. And you know it's of type string, null, or undefined. Then we have the phone, which is going to be a string value. Then we have the city of type string 2. Then we have the states of type string. And lastly, we have the streets type string. So we've got this now. So what are we going to do next? So right now we're going to say, I'm going to have our try catch. We're going to say const. Okay, first thing first, we have to make sure that the email has an, I'm going to say if email has an actual value. So I put in the try block inside it. So we're going to say const response should be equal to await API.post, and here API, what am I doing? API.posts, and here's the endpoint. What's happening? It said if email. Sorry, we don't have. Sorry, I'm going to remove this. Let's take out this. Yeah, so I'm going to say await API.post. Here's the endpoint. Add address. So we're going to pass this as the object you need to pass. And you're going to say return response dot data. All right, so that's that, and then we're going to have a catch block. So we're going to say error, and then we'll say it's going to be of type unknown. We're going to say if error is an instance of error, then we're going to say throw new error error.message. Else I'm going to throw a different error. I'm going to say throw new error and unknown error occurred. So now we've got our add address function done. So now it's time to go call it now back here. So I'm going to add, so I'm going to just say async function I'm going to say handle add address. So you're going to have the events params. It's going to be of type react dot form events. Then we're going to say HTML elements. That's what it is, HTML elements. Yeah, so now we're going to prevent, so right now we're trying to submit a form, right? So we are going to prevent the default behavior of a form that is being submitted. So I'm going to say e.prevent default. So this is going to help us stop the form from reloading whenever we try submitting the form. So then after we've done this, now we're going to have our try block. So we're going to say await add address. So before we call this function now, we have to get, I'm going to say, so before we call the function, we have to get the address object. This object we passed here, right? This address data. So I'm going to say const address object. It's going to be equal to state, street, phone, and city. We also have to pass email. So how do we get the user's email now? So we can't fetch the user in this component because this is a client component. We can do that over here in the address form container. So we're gonna say async. Now say const session should be equal to await auth. And then I'm gonna say const email should be equal to session dot user dot email. So right now I can pass email here. So you can receive email in the address form. And mind you, email is going to be of type. It's going to be of type string, null, and undefined. Right? So then we can pass email to this object. So I'm going to say await address. I'm going to say address object. So if the request is successful, we're going to add a toast notification. I'm going to say toast the success. I'm going to say your address has been saved. Your address as let me see your shipping address has been saved. Right, that's good. And then we're going to have the catch block. So of type error and then unknown. Then we're going to say toast dots. So we're going to say if error instance of error. They're going to say toast dot error should be error dot message. I'm going to say throw new error dot message. And outside, so if it is not an instance of error, we're going to come out here and say toast dot error. I'm going to say an unknown error occurred. Right? So I can copy this message now, and I'll say throw new error. I'm going to say paste it, an unknown error occurred. So now we're almost done, but we are not done. So one thing is left now. So you have to add a loading effect. So whenever the form is being loaded, we have to, whenever we are trying to save the user's address, it's going to take quite some time. So we have to let the user know that something is going on. You understand? So back here, I'm going to say const. We're going to call it btn loader. I'm going to say set btn loader. By default, the value is going to be it's going to be false by default. You get. So I'm going to say use state should be false. You get. So that's that. And over here, I'm going to set the value to true. So once the API is done, we're going to have the finally block. I will set the value back to false. So right now, I'm going to get the button now. I'm going to say btn loader. And here I'm going to add it. We're going to add it to the. We're going to add it to the disabled prop, right? So I'm going to say, yeah, if this value, if the btn loader is true, we want to also disable the form. We want to disable the button if the btn loader is true, right? And over here, if the value, if btn loader is also true, we want to simply. So I'm going to say if btn loader is true, we want to simply show this text saying saving address, else we show this that says save address. Hope you understand. So hopefully now we can try this. So a function is called undo add address. So copy this now. We're going to call this function whenever we submit the form. Here's the form. So we're going to say unsubmit. Yeah, so we're going to call the function. Okay, let me correct some things here. It's meant to be saving address with 3 ellipses, with the ellipses, and then let me remove the space here. So I think it's time for us to test this. Back to the code. So we're having some errors here. Let's see what the problem is. I think my local host is on the wrong port. No, it's on the right port. Let's see. Back to the api.txt file. To the top. Okay, you can see complete about port 8000. Currently, the backend is on port 8008. 8008, not 8000. You get, so if we correct this now, it should be back now. So I think we are back. So here is how it works here. For it to so a user can only have one address. You can only have one address, you get. So if you add multiple addresses, you're always going to be updating your existing address. You get, you can only have one. So I'm going to click on add address. So I'm going to just say 3 Adedeji Street, Adedeji. This is a place in Lagos, Nigeria. Adedeji Street, right? City, let's say state Lagos, and then phone number, input something there. And then let's click on save address. You can see saving. It's saving. Hopefully it gets added. Cool. It says your shipping address has been saved, right? That's cool, right? It has been added, you get. It has been added. And one thing again I think is this now. Whenever we add an address, I want to make sure the form goes blank. You get, so I did not add that. So let's add that quickly. I want to also add a cursor pointer to this, to the button. Yeah, to the button. That's cursor point. I'm gonna say cursor. Cursor pointer. Yep. So whenever we submit the address, so just here in this await block, in the try block, I'm gonna say set state to an empty string. I'm gonna set phone to an empty string. Then we're gonna set what else? City to an empty string. And lastly, let's set street to an empty string. Yep, so we have a new address added now for the user. So what else? Now I want to work on updating this address, you get. So I'm going to show you how. So let's add the address again. So I said before that this address, here is how it works. A user can only have one address. If you add the address multiple times, it's going to always go and update the existing address you have. That's what it does. So I'm going to just say, let's say 3 Michael Street, Ikeja, then Lagos, phone number, let's input this, then save address, saving, let's wait for it, it's saving, cool. your shipping address has been added and the form is now blank. Hopefully this, I'm just really hope this is, let's see if this is actually saving. It's called, let's see, it's localhost 8000. I'm trying to go over to my to our database admin. I want to see if if it is actually saving or not. It should be saving. So the logged in user we have here is Cleansing Academy. Let's see the address, customer address. Yeah, I can see what we, come on, open. You can see we have 3 Michael Street, Lagos, Ikeja, you get. So we just, okay, well, you can see it's working now. So right now, let's go work on updating the address. For example, you might, let's say you made a purchase today. You ordered your address. You want to make another purchase tomorrow with a different address. You should be able to update the existing address you have. So we are going to work on that now. So what do we do now? So we want to work on getting the user's current address first. So once you work on getting your address, I want to fill up. So if you want to update your address, I want to make you see what you have there. I want to let you see your existing address. So I want to work on a new API now. That's going to help us get the user's address. So just here, I'm going to say export async function get address. So we're going to expect the email. We're going to pass the email. It's going to be of type string. Now this email is the email of the logged in user, is of type string null or undefined. So now I'm going to say if email, then we're going to call this, we're going to run if the email has a value. So we can then proceed with making a request to the backend. I'm going to say try, yeah. I'll say const response should be equal to await api.get, and here's the endpoint, get address. You can copy everything. Get address, the email should be equal to the email we are expecting here. So you can then say return response.data, right? And then over here you can just copy this catch, the catch block, just copy it and then we'll paste it here. Yep, so now right now we can get our address. So where do we call this function? It has to be called in the address form container, because these are our server components, and then we are going to pass the prop. We are going to pass the address as a prop to the address form. So I'm going to say const address should be equal to await get address. Then we have to pass in the email. Yeah, so I'm going to say console.log address. Let's see what the address object looks like. So to the browser, back here, should I just inspect? If we need to refresh the page, let's see the server. Let's refresh the page now. Hopefully we have something returned for us to see. So I think we've made huge progress from building this from scratch, and now we are almost near deployment. So we've made huge progress. To support your boy, subscribe to my channel, like the video, say some nice words in the comments. That's gonna really go a long way, you get. So, and don't forget to buy the source code, you get. Buy the source code. So now let's see what we have. Let's see what we have in the terminal. If we have any address. Okay, yeah, we have the address returned. It has an ID, it has a customer. We don't need the customer. It has an ID, the customer, the street, state, city, and phone. and they are all strings. So we are going to, so back now, I'm going to go over to the types.ts file. So now we're going to say, let's just say export interface address prop. It has an ID that's a number. It has the customer. We don't need the customer. We're going to go over to the streets. I'm going to say streets is of type string. We're going to say phone is of type string. I'm going to say city and states. They are both of type string. I'm going to also add the states subtype string. So cool. Now we have the address type done. So it's meant address type, not prop. So back to the address container now. I can just simply pass this here. There's no need. So now we're going to pass address. Mind you, if you don't have any, so right now, here is how it's going to happen. Okay, don't worry, we're going to pass the address as a prop to the address form. So we have to receive the prop instead of address form. Let's receive it. So up here, you have to pass an address. And address is going to be of type pass it here. It's going to be of type address prop address type, and it can also be of type undefined. It gets undefined if you tried fetching an address without an email. So back to the api.ts file. So I said if email, right? If email, you can then make a call to the API. But if there is no email, what is going to happen? So you can just say return undefined. You get, so that's that. So back to the address form. We've got our address. So right now I have to simply work on this now. So I'm going to say if address as remember I said that if you have an address, you're meant to see the form pre-filled with your address. So we are going to make the updates here now, and here's how it's going to be. So I'm going to come over here now and say if address dot states, if address dot states, simply give us address dot states, else give us an empty string, right? So I'm going to do the same thing for the address dot city. If address dot city, give us address dot city, else an empty string. I'm going to say if address dot streets, I'm going to give us address dot streets, else an empty string. Then I'm going to say if address dot phone, you have to give us address dot phone, else an empty string. Hope you understand. So right now with this now, if the user have an address, the form is going to get pre-filled because of what we've done here. You understand? So now let's see what it's going to look like. So click back here. Oh, we have Ikeja and no, I was not expecting Ikeja and Lagos, but we are the others. Let's see. It's meant to show us. So if address.phone, give us address.phone. If address.streets, address.states. Think something is wrong. I don't know what the problem is now. It should give us the values, but remember, okay, we had the wrong. I had to correct some spelling error here. Let's see if this should work. Okay, now perfect. All the values are showing now, so that's good. So right now, if the user already have an address, you can see now we have the form pre-filled with the user's address. The user can come here and make changes and then save again. You understand? But there is one more thing I want to do. There's one thing I want to do. So if user have an address, we want to simply change this title to update address. You get. So and that title, that button is in the modal. So here we have, here's the modal in the address form container. So I'm going to pass address as a prop to the modal. So I want to pass address there, and instead of the modal, we have to receive it. You have to receive it here. It's called address. Let's give it the type up here. It's gonna be optional. It's gonna be of type address type. It's not suggesting this for me. Address type. Sorry, I didn't do it properly. It's gonna be address type or undefined. Or undefined, right? So now I'm going to say if address.city or any of the fields. So over here, I'm going to come over here and say if address, let's say dot city, any of them can go. I want to simply on the form, on the bottom, we're gonna have update address. You get. So the same thing is going to apply to the submit button of the form. The submit button. We have to change this to update address. I think that can remain as save, but let's make it update address. And the submit button is in the address form. We already have address passed in here. So over here, I'll just come over here and say if address dot city simply display update address, not else display save address. Hope you understand. I think we are done. So back here, I think if you go back to the home page, let's see, and if you route back to the profile page, let's route back. So now we're on the profile page. You can see now it says update address, right? If I open it, now we can update the address, and over here it says update address. I can change this to 3 Michael. Let me just say 10 Michael Street or 15 Michael Street. Let me say Lagos, Nigeria, and then updates, saving it. Right? You can see your address has been your shipping address has been saved. If you go back to the Django admin, if you refresh this page, it's going to change from 3 to 15 Michael Street. Then we're going to have Lagos, Nigeria over here. And that shows that everything is working fine. So the backend, you can see now we have 15 Michael Street, Lagos, Nigeria. You get, so we've been able to capture user's address. I want to just try something. Okay, so everything is working fine, but something is happening right now. Previously, we were having this button display, and this part, the order section and the wish list section will get loaded up. But right now things have changed because this button we have here is no longer a static button. It is now a dynamic button. It fetches the user's address, the logged in user address. So it is no longer static. So right now that we can't see that loading effect on the, if you go back to the profile page now, if you check the orders, so you can see now we didn't see that effect again because right now we are fetching some data inside of this button in the address form container. Because of that, we can't see we can't see this loading effect again. You get, so That's okay. That's fine. So back to the profile now. We are going to add a new file called. We are going to add a new file. Call it loading.tx. Loading.txx. I'm going to say RAFCE. So in this file now, we are going to then have a. Through this file, we are going to have a loader. So back here, I'll just simply return products section skeleton. So right now it's going to serve as the page loader, as a loader for our profile page. Hope you understand. So back here, so if you go back to the profile page now, you're going to see the loading effects you get. So now to the home page, back to the profile page. Let's see what's going to show us. You can see now, since this is better, you get. So yeah, so right now we are done with the profile page. Now we can display orders, we can see our wish list, we can then collect users address. So we are done with this. So next we're going to work on the title, on the pages, on the title of each pages, and we call that metadata. We'll work on that in the next episode. Okay, so right now in this episode, you want to work on adding metadata to the website instead. So right now, what's a metadata? So I'm going to open. I'm going to explain what metadata are. So first thing first, let's go first to Next.js. Let's go first to their documentation. Next.js's documentation. So let's see what it is now. So click on the first link, and then click on Docs on the nav bar. Click on Docs, and then come over here. You can see you have metadata on the left panel. Just scroll down a bit. You're gonna see metadata and OG images. Click on it. So now, so through this page now, we can see what it says. It says that the metadata APIs can be used to define your application metadata for improved SEO and web shareability. So I recommend you just read a little bit downwards, and you're gonna get a full glimpse of what metadata is all about. Understand? So right now we're on the home page, and if we look up here on the title, it says shop it building. That's the metadata. It helps to. So right now we get to know what the home page is all about. So right now it gives us this title. If I go over to the detail page of a product now, so right now we still have shop it building there. So it's meant to change. We're meant to have, like, for example, we are meant to have the name of the product and then shop it. You understand? You get. So but right now, so what I'm trying to say is this: now with metadata, your website becomes SEO friendly. And whenever you share a link of any part of your site with somebody, that person can have a full glimpse of what the link is about, because the link is going to load up the link is going to load. For example, now if I share this link to someone now on let's say I share this link to someone on Facebook, this detail page. So after adding metadata to this page now, the person can get to know what the link is about. The person is going to see this picture through the link. The person is going to see the title, and is also going to see a little bit of the description. That's thanks to metadata. You understand? So I recommend you read this page and then have a full glimpse of what it is. So right now we have to configure some metadata on our website. So without further ado, let's go add that now. So right now we're gonna head back to Next.js now, to this page. So right now we have to configure our metadata. If you check closely here, so let me increase the size of my. Okay, now so we're going to go over to the layout.txs file, the layout.txs, and the file can be found in the app folder. You find the file called layout.txs. So if you scroll a bit up, you're going to see we have this metadata. You can see now we have this metadata here. So you can see this, where you can see now we have this this title you see up here came from this page. shop it, you can see it came from this page, right? So because of it is in the because of this is done in the layer.css file, it's going to span across all pages we have, because every other page is going to inherit from the layer.css file from the instance. So that was happening here. So right now I'm going to change this now. I'm going to change this now. I'm going to call this shop it and then put home. Yeah, I'm going to say shop it home. And right now also going to give our website a description. I'm going to give our website a description. So you go down to the browser to our application. If you scroll down, yeah, here is the website description. I'll just copy this back here and I'll paste this here. Let me just save this, Ctrl X to break it. Oh, it wasn't broken. So that's our description there. So that's that now. So right now, this is going to span all through the different pages we have on the website, but it's not meant to be so. Let's say, for example, now you're on a particular product. Now, if I go over to a particular product detail page, so I'm meant to see something like this product's name, then shop it, not shop it home, because currently this page is not the home page of shop it. This is a detail page. So you have to make this title change. You have to make it dynamic. It's meant to change to like the name of the product you're currently on. You get. So how do we do that now? So you can see on this website, on this page now, you can see now we okay. So before we work on the products page, let's work on the cart page. Let me show you now. So on the cart page, let's see what the cart page is now. Come on. So currently, here's our cart page, and you can see it's still having the same title. So we can change this title to something else now by coming over. I'm going to copy now. So now right now we're going to use this static metadata instance. So we're going to copy this. So let's copy right now let's copy this export. So I'm going to go over to the cart page. Remember it is the cart item page, then cart code, then page.txx up here, right? Just I think outside of the cart item page, outside of it, we'll paste this line there. So I'm going to so we have to import metadata up here. You can see you have to import type. It's coming from here, so just paste this beneath. So I'm going to give this a different title. I'll just say cart, right? Cart now, then I'll just say cart item. Now say shop it, right? I think this works, right? So let's see what it looks like now. So you can see now, right now the page has changed now. The title, the heading has changed now. Cart items. I think I should let me use this. So let's see what it looks like now. Is this better? Okay, we are going to stick with this now. So on the cart items page now, you can see what we have there. So that's working. So if we go down to the home page, we still have shop it build. Oh, we are meant to have shop it home, not shop it building. But I think let's go back. Let's see what the problem is. Go back to your layer.css file, layer.cxx. It's meant to be shop it home. Hopefully it's gonna change back. Okay, don't worry. I think this has been cached. It has been cached, right? So don't worry. It's gonna return back to normal. So you go back, if you over to the cart page now, you can see we have cart items and shop it. Over to the profile page, we can change this now by doing the same thing we did on the cart page. We just copy this. Copy, right? I could just copy everything like this, including the type. Copy it over to the profile page. So just above here, paste it. So I'm going to call this profile, then shop it, right? I can remove the description. We don't need the description. The same thing applies here. Remove the description. We are going to inherit the one from the layer.css file. You understand? So so right now, I mean, you can do this. You can do this for every page on the website. You understand? But right now, we have dynamic pages. For example, now the product detail page is dynamic. You understand? So what do I mean? So right now, we go down to a particular product now. Go down to slug, then and then products, then yeah, loading this file called page.txx. So now you can see we have different products sharing one page. Instead, you can see this detail page we have here. This detail page we see here is being shared by multiple. This page you see here is being shared by multiple products. Because if you click on this, if you click on another product now, they're going to take up the same page, and this, you can see now this page is a dynamic page because it is serving for multiple products, right? So how do we generate dynamic metadata? How do we do that? Just scroll down. Yeah, so let me take it where we can do that. Yeah, here it is. So with this generates metadata, we can work with dynamic pages. For example, like your product detail pages. So let's work on that now. Okay, guys. So for dynamic metadata, for example, for like the product detail page, it's a dynamic metadata, right? So now here's how we go about it. So let me just start. So I'm going to go over to the product detail page. Okay, so here we are. It's going to be outside of the products page, outside. So I'm going to say function, export function generates metadata. Hope I spelled it properly. Let me be sure. Generates metadata. It's an async function. Exports async. Function generates metadata. I spelled it wrong. Metadata. So right now we're going to depend, because right now so on this page now we get individual products through the params. You get individual products by their params. So right now we're going to use the same params now to generate the metadata of each of these products. So I'm going to pass the params here. Right, so as usual we're going to declare the type of the params. Right, so we can do this. I'm going to say params is of type is an object which contains the key called slug, and slug is a string, right? So this is how we do it. This is how we've been doing it, and I really hope you still remember. So we can come over here and add the promise. Right? Yep, so I think we're making progress. And down here, we can then say const slug should be equal to await params. Right now, once you get the individual products, once you get the product, right? So you see what we did here? We can follow the same thing we did here. What we did here. Right, so over here now, I'll come here and say const products should be equal to await get products. So I'm trying to get the individual products based on the slug. You understand? So I'm going to say await get products, and I'm going to pass in the slug. So with this now, I have access to the individual products. So now I can then say return. Right now I can then return. Let's see what was done here. So you can then return an object, right? So over here, I come here and I'll say return title. I can just say products. Let me use the template literals. I could just come over here and say products dot. Let's give this a type. It's going to be of type products. You understand? Of type product. Here is it. And over here we can just simply come here and say product dot. It's going to suggest. Let's go with product dot name, and then I can come over here and then add shop it. So right now we just generated dynamic metadata for the products page. You can do the same thing for the categories page, right? So let's see if this works. So the browser, you can see try and error. Okay, back here, I don't know if you have to refresh the page. Let's refresh and see if it's going to work. Okay, I don't think it's working yet. It's still having the same title as the home page. So let's see. So I think I made a mistake here. Oh, this is meant to be small letter D, metadata, not capital D. And I hope this works this time. I think should we refresh the page? Let's just refresh, but I don't think we have to. Perfect. You can see now. I didn't refresh. You can see now it is changed now. Currently, this is the detail page, and right now you can see we have the name of the products on the title. If I go over to different products now, let's try this armored caterpillar. Right now you can see now the title up there has changed. So that's how we do it for the dynamic pages. And you can see we also have a different dynamic page that's on the that's where we have the categories. So if I go over to clothing, so right now we can see now the category page is still having the shop it, the home page title. We can always change that. Let's work on that quickly. Go to categories, then slug, then the page.cxs file. Yeah, so okay, we already have the static. Okay, now so let's add the generate metadata. So over you're gonna say export async function. Now say generate metadata. So we're gonna rely on the params also, right? So generate metadata. Then I'm gonna have the params. It's gonna be of type params, where params is of and is an object is of type object, which has the key slug, and the slug is of type string. So and then we have to just pass in the promise tag around it. That's how it's going to be. That's because of TypeScript. Adding promise here. Okay, no mistakes. So I'm gonna say const slug should be equal to, I'm gonna say await params. So now right now, if I want to get the categories now, I'm gonna say, you can see this is how we fetch category. This is how we fetch it now, get category. So I'm gonna come over here and say const category. I'm gonna say await get category. I'm gonna pass in the slug. Right, then we can return. Then we can say we can return an object. I'm gonna return this object. This category now it's gonna be of type. I need to give you something simple of type category. Come on, suggest this for me. Let's give it this type category. So I'm gonna return the title now. I'm gonna return title. That's gonna be let me just say category dot name. Then I could just add shop it here. So that's how it's going to be, and that's how it should be. So now we'll go over to the page now. The category is meant to change. So right now, you can see now it's just changed down to clothing, then shop it. If I go over to electronics, let's say it changes. If I switch over to books, you category 2 will also change. You can see now it's working. So you can do this for the other pages. Instance, for your normal pages, for example, now like your profile page, I showed you how to do that, right? You can just for your static pages. For example now for like the cart page, now the cart item page, what you need to do there is just copy the X. For example, now just copy this export and then change the title for your normal pages. For dynamic pages, you have to do this for dynamic pages. For example, now your product detail page is a dynamic page. You get, so you have to do this. But for your normal pages, you just copy this now and then change the title. You can always remove the description. Just the title is enough. So that's it is. So right now we're going to work on the last item here, which is the favicon. So up here you can see we have this favicon up here, this icon, this logo. This is Next.js's logo. This is from Vercel. This is Vercel's logo. I know Vercel made Next.js, right? So we have to change this to our own custom logo. Okay, so currently we are working on an e-commerce website and it makes sense to use a cat icon as our favicon. So we have to remove this Vercel's favicon and then use something custom. So over to my folder here, I think I have a folder where I generated a, let's see the folder. So I have a folder here where I have all my images for the website, for the e-commerce site stored. So here's the folder. It's called YT e-commerce images. So don't worry, I'm going to share this folder with you guys. So you guys can use the pictures there, the images we have here. So I have this image now. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to drag this image into my project, and it has to be inside of the app folder. So just drag it. This card icon. Let's drag it in. It should be in the app folder. You can see it's called cat.svg. So what am I going to do now? So I'm going to rename this now. So I want to make this icon, this cat icon, replace this icon we have here, this favicon, this Vercel's logo. So that's the aim. So how do I do that now? First of all, I'm going to delete. So right now you can see we have this file called, so I have to rename this cat.svg to favicon.ico. But currently we have a favicon here. So I'm going to delete. I am going to delete this icon. Delete it now. Yeah. So now right now I'm going to rename to favicon .ico. So now, oh, there's a problem. Okay, so I think the image I used was, you can see right now we're having an error now. I think the image I used is not valid. I am using an XVG image. I don't think SVG works for this. Let's try a PNG image. So over here, I have another file. I have another cat icon, which is this. This is a PNG file. The one we have here is XVG. So I'm going to use the PNG now. Let's drag that into the app folder. Yeah, you can see it here. So I'm going right now. Let's delete the other favicon we have. Let's delete it. You can delete this. It's meant to be called favicon.icu. I'm going to rename this to favicon. Favicon.ico. Hit enter. Hopefully, yeah, this is going to work. So to the browser now. So it's reloading. Let's wait for it to reload. Okay, because now we can see we have the icon up there. We have the cat icon up here now. You can see now this is our new favicon. So we're no longer using the Vercel logo again. So if we go down to the home page, let's see what we have on the home page. You can see now we now have a new favicon. So it's working fine. Everything should be good now. And I think what next? We have to work on deployment. I think we've come a long way from building this website from scratch up to this point. I think it's high time we deploy the site, deploy it, and then we are good to go. So see you in the next episode. Okay, guys. So right now it's time for us to deploy this project. Understand? So we've gone a long way. I think we are done with we are done with building. We are done with the features we've added. So right now let's deploy the project to get. So back here, over to our code now. In the api.ts file, we want to make this. We want to make, for example, if where are you? Let me reduce the font size a bit. So up here, so we want to use this local URL on development environment, and we want to use a live you can see here's a live URL up here. The commented one is a live URL. So when we're on development, we want to use a local URL. When we are in production, we want to use a live URL. So we have to configure this because currently this is kind of manual. So we have to make this much more dynamic. So how do we go about that? So that's where our env.local file comes in. Okay, so right now I'm sure you guys are familiar with the env.local file. You're familiar with it, right? So right now I'm gonna add a new environment variable to the file. And I'm gonna call it backend backend ouch underscore base underscore URL. So right now in development environments, we are gonna have this as the value. Sorry for that. So in development environment, we are going to have this URL as the value of that environment variable. Copy this, right? We're going to have this. You understand? And there's one thing, and while in production, we are going to set this value. We are going to switch this value to the live URL in production. You understand? So I'm going to show you that now. So let's proceed now. So one thing is this now, if you do it like this now, this URL is only going to be accessible on the server component if you do it like this, just the way it is. But to make it accessible on both the client and server components, you have to prefix this with next underscore public. Next underscore public. By doing this, you're gonna by doing this now, this URL is gonna be as this URL becomes accessible but to both the server and client's components. You understand? So that's it now. So over here now. So you're gonna come over here, and instead of having to just type this manually, we're gonna just simply just say process .env dot then the name of the file, name of the environment variable, which is next underscore public underscore backend underscore base underscore URL. We're going to paste that here, right? And these are how it should be. You understand? So right now in development environments, we are going to depend on this local URL. While in production, we are going to set this as the URL, this live URL we have up here. Hope you understand. So now let's proceed with the deployment. So before we deploy, we want to check our app. We want to see if the application is bug free. If there are no bugs. Currently, the app is running. There are no bugs, right? But there are some bugs from EXLint. For example, now, if you, let's see now, I'm going to open a file now. Let me open a particular any of the files. You might have unused imports. For example, you might import a particular component up here and you might not be using it. So that's a bug in EXLint. That's an error. You're not meant to have unused import. So in your application, so don't worry, we can there's a way for us to escape it. So I'm trying to find a component that has unused import because I'm sure that yeah, I think some of my components has unused import. But if I don't find it, we're going to proceed anyway. So let me see if I have any. So currently, if you have any import you're not using, that's an error to EXLint. That's an error, and with that unused import, you can't proceed with deployment. So I'm going to show you now. So right now we want to check and see if our application is good to go for deployment. So I'll open a new environment, a new command prompt, right? And then I'm going to run this command. It's called, so give me a minute. Let me close this guy. So it's called npm run build. So with this command now, it's going to help us check our code for possible errors before we start deploying. So it's enter npm run build is the command. So let's wait for it to run. So it might take some time, you understand, but just give it some few seconds or minutes and then it will be done running. Okay, if you're having this error message there, I don't know, just ignore this error message and let's run the command again. Let me just close this. We're not meant to have that error message, but if you have that kind of error message, just run the command again, npm run build. I don't know why it should work this time. And we're not expecting that kind of error. But if you have something similar to that, just run the command again. Okay, it's taking time to run. So we had this error before. We had this error. Yeah, we had this error before, right? So I had to open a new what was it called? A new command prompt to run again. But it's still not working. So I'm going to close both of them. Close. Open a new command prompt. And now npm run build. So we're not expecting that kind of error. We're expecting, so if once the error shows up, I'm going to show you, yes, this is the kind of error we are expecting, not that type. So if you see that one, just know that you have to run the command again. You may have to close it. You may have to close the command prompt and open a new one. So let's try it this time. It's not meant to take that much time. It's not meant to, but it's taking time. So I don't know what's wrong, but it should run now. You should be expectant. Okay, perfect. And I can see it says compiled successfully. So now there is progress. You understand? So let's wait for it to be done with the build. So once the build is over, it's going to tell us, yeah, so here is the error we are expecting. Perfect. This kind of error I was expecting. So right now, you can see now it says that in the page.css file, in the field folder, the page.css file in the field folder, it says that we have to escape escape apostrophe, yeah, with this apostrophe, right? Let me show you what it's talking about. So over here, let's go to this file and fix this error. Open the app folder in the field folder. Open the page.css file there. So I think it says in line 20. So if you have to replace this apostrophe with this, it's gonna be and apos. That's how it's done. And apos, then the semicolon. So that's what it's complaining about. But I think, and right now you can see here it says that in the review card. So we fix this one for this file. So now we go down to the next line. What this says that in the layer.css file, which is here, it says that we have a navbar that is not being used. We imported navbar and it is not being used. And you can see it up here. Navbar was imported and it is not being used, right? So these are the things that EXLint complains about. So if they are not fixed, you can't proceed. But if you scroll down, if you scroll to the bottom, you can see we have a long arrow. If you scroll down now, it says we can disable the ESLint rules. We can disable it, right? You can see we have this link here. So what do we do? I'll simply open this, hold down your control key and click on this link. And we're going to say yeah, open, and we're going to look up how we can disable those rows. So I'll scroll down to here. I think I know it. You can read through the page if you want to, but to make things faster, I'll just have to just scroll down to where I think, yeah. So here's a part here. I'm coming. I just want to just check up extra stuff. So here's the part I'm looking for. Yeah, this part. So I can just copy this and go over to my next.config.txt. Copy this now. Copy the entire object. Right. So over to our next.config.ts file. So I'll just put a comma just after the images object. I'll paste what I copied. Yeah, so it says ignore doing builds, right? Ignore doing builds. Set it to true. This should work now. We hope it works now. So back here and run the npm run build one more time. And I hope this up or skip those errors. You can see the errors you're having. They are quite petty errors, right? But I think to be on the safer side, it's better we just fix these errors. You understand? So after this, so it's better we just go back and just do as EXLint asks us to do. Hope you get. Hope you understand. So that's the best. So right now the build is going on again. So as for me, I don't want to spend time on the videos. So as for me, I recommend you go fix the errors individually. It gives you an hint what the problem is, and it tells you what to do. Is for example, this one says React hook use effect has missing dependencies. So we can go over to the use effects, then add this rating and review in the dependency array. Understand? So with that, I think you are good to go. So don't worry. Yeah, we have this error now. It says type undefined. Okay, now so let's go fix this error. I think it's in the nav items.txt file. Nav items.txt. So this error is not, this one is beyond EXLint. So nav items.txt file. We have this image component. Yeah, this source folder. Oh, it gave a clue, by the way. So what do we do? So here's what we are going to do now. So remember that this image is from the logged in user. In a sense, it's from the logged in user, right? Let's assume there is no logged in user. Let's assume the user logged out. This becomes undefined. This logged in user becomes undefined, and you can't say undefined dot image. It's not going to work. So I'm going to come over here and just say if logged in user puts in the optional, they puts in this the optional chaining. So I'm going to just say if this is true, if this is true, right? If it is not undefined or false, just give me the logged in user dot image dot image rather, else give us an empty string. This should, you can see the red sign is gone. So now we have to run the code again. Run npm run build. So that error was beyond EXLint. So that was kind of a kind of TypeScript error I didn't see earlier. So hopefully we don't have another one. But if we do, we are going to fix it and continue with the deployment. Come on. Now it says compile successfully. I really hope it's done compiling so we can proceed. Ouch, you got another error again. This one's from the review card, and that's in the collapse.txx. That should be in the UI components. You can see it gives us a clue. UI components, where are you? Collapse.txx. Sorry, I have something obstructing my view here. But don't worry, we're gonna find what the problem is. Collapse.txx. Let's see. Over to the review card. Okay, we're here now. So I think we are passing. So let's open the review card. Let's overround it. It says product is missing in type key review logged in user. Product is missing it. Is missing the. Let's open what it. Let's open it. Okay, now so we have these props, right? I guess we have to make product optional. So how do we do it? Come over here and then the question mark. We have to make product optional. I think that should be the problem. Let's go back to the file collapse.txt. You can see now the red sign is gone. It's gone, right? So I think we can proceed now. We have to make product optional. It's complained about products, so you have to make it optional. So let's run the build again. Hopefully it does not take time. It doesn't take much time. So it's checking validity of types. It says compile successfully. Please be done this time. So let's go on. So it says now we have another error. It says in the review card, I think that should still be this is in the review card components, right? That should be on line 29 over here. Okay, so okay, what it's saying is that remember we made products, we made it optional, right? So it's likely to be undefined. It's very likely to have products undefined. So What we are going to do is that we're going to say if product.slug, if this value is true, I'm going to say product.slug, right? Else return an empty string. So this is meant to be a question mark. So I think this should work now. This should work. If this value is true, give us the product.slug, else an empty string, and then let's run the npm build again. Npm run build. So you keep on. So if you don't do this and you go over to deploy, you're gonna keep having this error. You're gonna keep our build is gonna keep failing in production. If you try to deploy without doing this bug check, you're gonna keep having the errors during your deployment. So to prevent errors in deployment, it's wise you check for the errors before you deploy. So that's what we are doing now. So once we are done with this, we can easily deploy. Our deployment will be so smooth. There won't be any issue at all. So now we have another one again. This one is coming from the review card. Oh, it's coming from the review card. I think line 62. You can see where I'm seeing the lines here. Line 62. Complaining about products. Let's go back to the review form. We have to make product optional too. I think very likely. Let's make it optional. Let's see if it's gone. Review card. You can see the sign is going. It was once red, but now it's gone. But one more thing. You can see we have another. We have some signs of errors here again. So we have to fix this. There are some error signs here also. We saw this. I saw this now. So let's fix it quickly. So right now I'm going to check where I'm using the ID. Let's check where we're using ID now. I'm going to just come over here. Control C. Control F, then Control V. So I'm going to look up where the place we are using this ID. So let's go down to point 1 first. Go down to the first one. So okay, then let's go down to 2. Okay, that's the second one. Let's say 3. Okay, let's see where we are using the ID alone. Okay, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, here it is. We're using the ID here. So here's what we are going to do now. We're going to just say if product dot ID, then we're going to come over here and say product dot ID. So previously I destructured it. This. I'm going to show you. Previously it was destructured, but right now let's do it this way. I'm going to say else. Use an empty string, right? So previously this was the structure. This ID I'm doing over here. This ID or this product.id was once this ID we have here, right? So now I destructured it previously, but so right now I think we don't have to, right now I think this is the best way to go about it. What I just did beneath, instead on line 102. If you go down to line 102, yeah, right. So we'll do the same thing for the slug. Instead of destructuring the slug, let's look up where we use the slug. Control A. Let's look up slug. So the first one is here. Let's check out the second occurrence of the slug. So we have it here. So for here, I'll just say if product.slug, if it's true, then give us product.slug, else an empty string. Let's see where else we have the slug being used. What was this error we're having here? So it's meant to be product dots. Okay, let's see where else we're using the slug. We also used it here. Right, so I'll just copy this one. I copy what we did up here. Just copy this. So I think that the structuring is causing some problem up there. We saw it on time. So I think we should be good to go now. So I think now we can remove this. We can remove it. Hope we're done with configuring the slug. I'm looking up if there are other slug standing by itself. Let's check up ID to be sure there are no IDs standing by itself. we are sticking in product.id. Okay, I think we are good now. So let's run npm run build again. So keep doing this thing. We are bug free. So if you don't do this now, you're gonna face these challenges during deployment. So better you check them now before you deploy. You get. So I think we'll be done soon. I hope once this one goes through, we are good to go with deployment. You get. Let's hope it goes through. So it's checking again. And I'm super hopeful that in the next two builds or so we should be through. We should be done with this. It's collecting page data. I think we're making some progress. Sorry for that. Oh, I think we are good now. Generating the static pages, generating them. So these are our static pages. For example, okay, we're making progress, generating the build trace. We didn't get to this place. We didn't get to this point in the previous times. So yep, we are done. So right now it's worked. We're able to generate. We're able to. So our build is now working. It's working perfectly now. So there are no longer errors. No errors anymore. Okay, so we are good to go. Sorry for this stuff that is obstructing some of my screen. Sorry for that. So if you check closely now, right now it gives us that all these pages with the F tag, they are all dynamic pages. Why all the ones with this zero, this dot, they are all static pages. So what do they mean? What do I mean by static pages? So what it means that during the build time, so whenever we have, so doing deployment, Next.js is going to simply help us create these pages. For example, you mean so right now all this. Well, I'm going to run the server again. I wanted to let me just run the server. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's run server npm run dev. Come on. So back here, let's refresh this. So I will show you what I'm talking about now. So all this the F now, all these F tags are all dynamic. Why the one with dots are all they are statically rendered. What does that mean? It means that it means that Next.js helps us generate those static files during the build time. You understand? So build time is the time we are trying to prepare our application for deployment. That's what the build time is. So I need to show you. So back here, so all this see these pages now they're gonna be rendered statically by Next.js. So what do I mean by static? What do I mean by that? I'm gonna show you what happened. So back here, back um back in the in the product detail page, that should be product then slug then page.txs. Over here, we were getting the individual products by their slug. So right now you can see we have this function called generate static params. Previously, previously we were getting the individual products by their slug. And how do we get it? It's by when we, for example, now if I open a particular product now, I'm gonna wait for the slug to come up here. Then I'm gonna fetch the product information. That's what we are doing. That was what we were doing previously, right? But right now, what I did now is I had to tell Next.js what all the slugs are. I gave Next.js all my product slugs. So by doing this, Next.js knows what to always expect whenever I click on any product now. So it has all the slugs with it now. So it can help me generate the contents of the detail page during build time. Because I already gave it all the possible slugs my products can have with this function. You understand? So that's why you see now. Let me show you. That's why we see now the product pages. You can see now they are all static because Next.js already knows what they are gonna look like because I already gave it the slug of each of the products. The same thing with the categories, they are all gonna be static. So I open the categories detail page now. I did the same thing here. I gave Next.js all the possible. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. Now I gave Next.js. It's called generate static params. So I give Next.js all the possible slugs for my category. So right now, Next.js knows all the slug for the categories and it's going to help us generate the pages during build time. But as for the other pages, Next.js does not know their information. It has to wait till we make a request. But for our products page, our category page, those pages now will be statically rendered and they'll be blazingly fast in production. They'll be very, very fast because Next.js has already built up the pages during the build time. So I think we are good to go now. So right now, push your code to GitHub. I hope you know how to push to GitHub. Very simple, straightforward. So I already have my code on GitHub. So push yours to GitHub. If yours is not on GitHub, push your code to GitHub. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply update my Git repository. I'll come over here. I'm going to say git add dot. So I'll say git commit. So I'll simply just say deployment ready. Well, I'm going to say git push origin main. So once this is done pushing to GitHub, we can head over to Vercel and deploy our application quickly. So now to the browser, let's open GitHub. So let's see what we have there. Your repositories. Okay, yeah, here's the repo. It's called Next Shop. So we just push to GitHub now, and I think we are good to go. We pushed now, deployment ready. Right, so deployment ready. So now let's head over to Vercel. So vercel.com. So if you don't have an account on Vercel, you have to create one. It's simple. Create an account with your GitHub account. That's the best approach. So now these are all the projects I've deployed on Vercel previously. These are the different projects I've deployed on Vercel. So right now we want to add another one. We want to add a new project. So how do we go about it? You can see you have this button that says here add new. Click on it, then click on projects. Add new project. Right. So we have to configure our GitHub. So right now what am I gonna do? Just click on this. So I have my GitHub account already linked. So click on the drop down. Let's say add Git account. I already have my Git account. So here's my Git account. Go with cleansing. Open it. So I put my password so we can proceed. I feel like I made a mistake doing the typing, but I'm just hopeful that we can proceed. Oh, I knew I made a typo. Okay, so we've gained access now. So now just scroll down. So right now let's pick the repository we want to deploy. So click on the drop down. So it's called Next Shop. So here it is, Next Shop. Now click on it, then save. So we should be taken back to Vercel. So we have a new. So it's called Next Shops. Okay, what's happening? We're meant to see Next Shop. Okay, here is Next Shop now. It's at the bottom. You can see it here. So let's import it. Click on import. Yeah, so it's called Next Shop, right? That's the name of our project. It picks up the name of your Git repository because over here our repository is called Next Shop, right? So it picked it up. So now you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything yet. Nothing. You can just simply click deploy, but we can't deploy yet. That's because we have some environment variables we have to update. So I'll go down to my env.local file and then copy the content of this file. Just copy it. Ctrl C. Copy everything. Back here, click on the environment variables. Click on this button, environment variables, and then just paste what you copied on one of the inputs. Just paste what you copied. You can see now it automatically prefilled. It created the rest for us, right? I'll close this first one. We don't need it. So because we have our 4 variables now, remember we have to change this to the live URL. So and here's the live URL. I think I have it here. It's also on the readme file for the backend. So live URL should be in the api.txt file. I think yeah, here it is. I'll copy this. Don't copy the apostrophe. Usually copy the apostrophe. The if you want to okay, just let's see. Let's copy everything, including the double quotes on the edges. Let's paste it and see how it's gonna look like. Oh, I think we have to remove the. Let's be sure. Remove this quotation. Remove this here. Those double quote at the edges. Remove it. So now I think we are good now. Yeah. So let's deploy. So I think now we can easily deploy on Vercel. The reason why it's looking so smooth is because we've already done the hard work in our in the development environments by using the next build. So with next build in development, we are able to check out for possible bugs that we could face during deployment. So that's why we are having no issues yet. So it's currently deploying now. Once it's done, we are good to go. So let's give it some time to deploy. So if you scroll down, you can see now the deployment is going on. So it's deploying the outputs. Just give it some time. You can see it's done deploying, and you can see it says congratulations. I'm super sure that let's be super hopeful that everything is gonna work out smoothly. Perfect. You can see now we already have an overview of what the page is gonna look like. So we are done with the deployment now. It's done. Now scroll down, click on continue to dashboard, click on this button, continue to dashboard. Yep, so now here is our URL. Here's our live URL. Next shop self next shop self.vercel.app. So with this URL we can access our project live. So let's try it. Click on it. So now let's see. Cool, right? You can access it live, no issues. Everything seems to be working fast, and I think in production Next.js appears to be faster in production. You can see that it appears to be, previously in development, before we route to this page, it takes some time, but right now we're in production, it doesn't take time to route to the page. But let's wait for it to render out the outputs. Come on, render out what we need. Cool, it has rendered it. So in production, Next.js is faster. All those lagging we're experiencing during development, they're all going to disappear, right? So let's see a particular product page. I love this. I love the loading effect. It makes it look so good. I'm going to click on any of the products now. Let's go with this. So I think everything is working fine, but we are not done. Come on. Yep. So we have the product detail page. So cool, right? So we have the pages now, but if you come back here, I think you have one or two things we want to add. So if you come back here, I don't think we can't log in again. So we have to go fix our login. If I try logging in, we can't. I don't think we can proceed to logging in. You can see now access blocked. So we are going to fix this. We'll fix this because now we're on a different URL, because previously for the login we used the local development URL. So you have to fix that. So right now I want to add analytics. Let's add analytics to the website so we can know number of people that comes to our website, you understand, so you can track them, we can see the activities going on, you understand. So Vercel gives us that feature. So right away let's add it. So right now let's add the analytics, you understand. So let's add it right away. So if you scroll down, you can see we have analytics. You can see it here. Click on enable, right? So okay, it says okay, we can proceed now. Click on enable. It says that we have it, we can see it says web analytics on OB. That's good. So we are currently on the OB plan on Vercel. So click on enable, right? So yeah, so how do we add it? First of all, we have to go over to our project and run this command npm install Vercel analytics. Copy and then back to your project. You can open a new command prompt. Then hit enter. So while it is installing, let's proceed. So it says that we should go down to our apps layouts and then add these imports, right? Just copy the imports and head over to your apps layout.txs file, and we have that file in the app folder. We have the file called layout.txx, so we can add the import just beneath the other imports, and it is called analytics, right? So what's the next thing? So let's see how to use it. So just click on documentation link, scroll down. You can see we can add this under the children. Under these children, you can just copy and let's add it under children. We have children here. You can proceed to adding it, and I think, yep, that's all we need to do. And once you've done this again, you have to push back again to GitHub. I'm gonna come back here and say git add dots, git commit. I'm gonna say added Vercel analytics. Hope I spelled it well. I'm gonna say git push origin main, and I hope this works. Understand? So okay, it's gonna work. It's not I hope it's work. You get, so we're pushing not to Vercel. And one thing about Vercel, whenever you make a push to GitHub, the deployment starts again. You don't have to do anything special on Vercel for deployment to continue. You understand? So the deployment is going to restart by itself, right? So, and then currently it is building. It's currently building. Once it's done building, it's going to deploy. So right now, let's go work on this on the authentication. So right now we have a new URL. We have a live URL. We have to go work on it. So we're going to go over to console.cloud.google.com. Console.cloud.google.com. It's enter. So you have to go configure this. Here now. So this is the account I use. Click on this hamburger on the top left, hamburger icon. Then scroll down to API services, over around it, just over on it. Once you over, you can see we have this pop-up. So over on the pop-up now, click on credentials. So I think click on credential, yes. Then click on this pen icon. Yep. Click on the pen icon. Come on, don't waste time. Yeah, so we are here now. So we have to add the live URL. You can see what we have here is a local URL. Let's add the live URL. I think we have it here. It's called, leave it, just copy it. If you're not sure, you can go down to your Vercel dashboard and you can see the URL. Yeah. I think we are done with the build. I think we are done with deployment. It's done 2 minutes ago. It's done, right? So if you don't know the URL, you can always come here to copy it, but we have it up here already. Just copy this. Back here, you're gonna add a new URI, add, then paste it, right? So remove the forward slash, do we need it? And over here, you have to add this same URI here, paste it, and we have to add API, then auth, then callback, then /Google. So you have to add /API, /auth, /callback, /Google. You understand? So, and then click on save. And I'm super hopeful that this should work. So it's saved now. So back here, let's go back to our Vercel dashboard. Just open, I'm going to close. Let's close this. Let's just go back to Vercel's dashboard. Click on your domain, click on it, and I'm super hopeful that after this now we should be able to log in again. So log in, continue with Google. Perfect, we can now log in again. So that's cool, easy. So we can now log in. So I think we've come to the end of this development. So we've been able to build this e-commerce from zero to deployment. It took quite a long time, but we are done. So, but there's one more thing. So I'm kind of worried with Next.js. You don't even need, so in Django, whenever you have a new front end URL, you have to go down to your Django course. For example now, for like the allowed origins, I'm going to show you that should be in our settings.py file. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Allowed origins. So I'm going to increase the size. Let me just get to, yeah. So we have to add all the front end URLs in this list, in this array. But with Next.js, I don't think Next.js requires that. But I mean, I was using React. We'll not be able to proceed except I add this URL to list of this list of origins, right? But with Next.js, I think Next.js bypasses that, and that's quite awesome. But nevertheless, I'm going to add it. I'll add it. I'm going to add it like so, just to be on the safe side. So it has been added there. So and once it's added, I'm going to push to GitHub. You can see it's not compulsory because Next.js did not complain. But with React.js, I mean, we're using React, there will be some complaints. So I'm gonna just say git add dot git commit. I just say updated course origins, then push to GitHub. So this for the backend. I just had to add that there, but it's optional. It's optional. I just did that as a precaution. So right now we've been able to deploy our application to on Vercel. So our application is live, so you can try out all the features. Everything is working fine. So if you've come this far, thank you so much. I really appreciate. So to follow along very well, I think you need to get the source code. And I'm sorry, the source code is not free. So you have to just purchase it. It's not expensive. It's super affordable. The link is in the video's description. So this what we have here. This project is portfolio worthy. You can always have it in your portfolio. You can add your own features. You can add your own features in stand to make you stand out. But if you can't, that's not a problem. So happy learning. If you've come this far, thank you. And it's a wrap, it's a huge wrap on this project. And we're gonna head on to the next project. So see you again. Take care and bye bye.